will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. To unfold when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold. When we realize what's ours for the taking, we don't need any weapons of war. Not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. Concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. You may be surprised, the people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are the
tie.
fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody.
Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack.
Hello, how we doing? Hello, Ms. Molina. Hello, taco salad. Hello. Fallen Hearts. Hello, Simrek. Did I exercise today? Not yet. I, in fact, ate a lot of pasta today. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Still surviving? Another day conquered. Hello, Win B. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Zach Fletcher. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Lady of the Hour, soon to be. Hello, Wait, Ashley, did you change your username on Twitch? My God. Hello! Judgment Free Zone, thank you for saying such sweet things as the first one in Twitch chat. I appreciate that a lot. Hello, Max Left. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Screech. Hello, Lilith, the Hammer Witch. Hello, Gamergy. Hello, Travis T. Actually made it to stream at the start. Haha. One of these days we'll start on time. Then you'll be screwed. Hello, AltFact. Hello, everyone. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Congrats on receiving your dead bug. Hello, Micah M. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hope you guys have been watching the ungodly amount of content I've been putting up on the YouTube channel, you know, in case you guys miss streams and stuff. Hello, ACAB includes Tone Police. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Micah. Hello, Ember Brains. Hello, PC Schwarz. Oh, hiccups. In a few minutes, we'll be talking with Lady RainCloud, and it's going to be a great conversation. She's the communications co-chair for the South Dayton Democratic Club in Ohio. So my webcam does not work. That is okay, because I would be seriously struggling with tech to rearrange everything. So that works out. Hiccups are the devil trying to escape. It's true. Don't look up the science. You know, that's what conservatives tell me. Just, you know, believe the first rando who tells you anything. As long as it's said with enough conviction, you too can believe that the moon is actually a giant titty. Post in both chats, get greeted twice. It's true. You can maximize the greetings. Moon boob. You know, many people will tell you moon boob is unscientific and, you know, lunacy, even. But we all know the truth. And that is, of course, that NASA is trying to cover up that titty. They call it a new moon. I call it underboob, okay? We're not the same.
DAAAMN 40.
Paladin Lost, thank you for being subscribed over on Twitch for 40 goddamn months. Been with me for almost 4 years. Hot diggity damn. Also, guys, speaking of, we're almost at 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, which feels that feels kind of crazy. We're 1/10 of the way to our silver play button, as I understand it. Almost, anyway. Hello, Sweetness. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Forlorn. Does that mean the moon makes milk? We don't talk about the moon milk. We don't talk about it. Don't talk about the moon milk. It's you know, it's not polite. Let me see here. The moon is made out of cheese, and cheese is made out of milk. So, look, we don't want to start questioning the science about it, okay? Smolf. More proof about moon boob? Exactly. People have known the truth for ages. We're just telling it like it is. Stop with the moon milk. Look, I may or may not have looked at Candace Owens' videos today, and she's really going all in on NASA fake the moon landing, and she's going to tell you that it's probably part of some Jewish plot to overthrow America. But I'm here to tell you the truth, and that's NASA faked the moon landing because they didn't want to show titties on national television. That I'm here to tell you the hard truth, folks. Okay? We are not the same. Facts. Oh my fuck, I had the stream up for a bit, but hadn't checked out the fit, and oh my... Thank you. I think this is a good fit. I think it's a good fit. My fits are too hot for mainstream media. It's true. It's true. And you all might be saying, well, Jack only wears this on live streams, and you're not entirely wrong, but also I am very autistic and I would absolutely wear this to non-stream functions. I would wear this about town, and that's probably not the best idea I've ever had. But I would not think about it until I was already out in public. I've seen your Insta... Yeah, I wear things out. It's true. Do you think they're hiding the nipple on the dark side of the moon? Yes. See? You're putting together the puzzle pieces. Left behind for us. Now, folks, that's because the titties aren't for us, LadyRainCloud. They're for them. And by them, I don't mean Jews. I mean the space aliens. The space aliens want space titties, okay? What does moon milk taste like? Man was never meant to know. It's only for woolman and bees. But they've only sent men to the moon, so far we don't know. I'm coming to dislike the Riverboat Jack extended universe where the moon is a gigantic titty and, we have CEOs like, oh god, what was his name? John Water. But luckily we still have heroes and patriots like Grigor Nietrushin. The moon shimps. True. We have to protect them. Jim Water, that's right. I keep wanting to say John Waters, but I know that's not right. Could be worse. You could have Nekosaurus's channel lore. I don't know what Nekosaurus's lore is. I'm a little worried. The moon shimps. The mimps. God. Okay. Whew. All right. LadyRainCloud, just let me know whenever you're ready, and we'll hop into a call, and we'll get this kicked off, huh? Am ready now? All right. Let me hit this segment button. So, folks, we are about to talk with Kira, and let's just get into it. Well, how can you get involved in politics? kind of the thesis of what this channel has been about lately. So let's hop into a call, see what happens. Hello.
Hey.
How's it
Test
going?
test.
We hear you good.
Awesome. Fantastic.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna give it a minute for chat to let you know I sound okay, I guess.
Oh, you sound great.
Okay, good. Yeah. So and I do have the stream like turned off now because I do that now when we're doing these types of conversations.
Hell yeah.
So if anybody ends up with questions, I'm sure they can just ask you and
Yeah,
let-
I'll relay them to you towards the end of our chat.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, I'm okay. Cold. Spent like an hour and a half trying to dig the car out. uh, the kid came off of 2 weeks of Christmas break to 2 days of calamity, as they call it here, calamity days, where they shut the schools down today, and then middle of the day they were like, yeah, we're shutting them down tomorrow too.
Well, at least they let you know beforehand. You know, you don't have
Yeah,
to like
yeah,
go about as though you got to get them to school in the morning.
yeah, yeah. It's nice. It's nice. Yeah. And other
Um,
than that, I mean, we're doing okay. So yeah.
awesome. So can you describe what you do for the Democratic Party in Ohio?
So as of tomorrow, I will be having my first officers meeting for the Southern Dayton Democratic Club, which is the largest Democratic club in, I believe, we're the largest in Ohio. We have a website, southdaytondems.org, which I can send to you there, the SDDC. And I am taking over as the communications co-chair with another individual who worked on God, I gotta let's see. She worked on, I think, was it Bernie's campaign? I can't remember.
Damn,
Um,
that's some big guns.
yeah. Let's see. Um, no, Sherrod Brown. Sorry, she worked on
Oh,
Sherrod Brown's campaign.
yeah.
So, yeah, she worked on Sherrod's campaign, and I've met Senator Brown. Been relatively active here in Ohio for quite a while now. Um, And so, yeah, as communications co-chair, my partner is going to be taking over all the website stuff, and then I'm going to be taking over communications direction and social media management. And so that means sort of pushing our like open communications with Democrats and independents, et cetera, types of voters, like, the stances that we take on things and policies and how we communicate that, calls to action, that sort of stuff. So I'll be generating a lot of that content. And like I said, we have our first meeting tomorrow. We were going to have it face to face with the whole board, but it got snowed out here. So we're doing it on Zoom instead. And we were making jokes with the president of the SDDC, Rose Lounsbury, who I worked on her campaign.
Yeah.
She's taken over as president, and we were making jokes about being back in 2020 again because, we're on Zoom for stuff locked in the house.
Yeah. That's so exciting. How did you get involved in this? Because I know there are a lot of people right now who are feeling really despondent, who are feeling really demotivated, especially because today Trump the election got certified and
Yep.
Trump is poised to become president later this month, and a lot of people are freaking out, and some of them are looking for productive ways to do that. And so, like, how did you get involved?
Well, I can tell you a little story. I'll try to make it brief, but um, first things first. Like, I really hate toxic positivity. If people are feeling down and despondent, you're valid. You're allowed to feel what you feel. I mean, for those that were here on election night, I was here talking to Jack, crying because of how bad things went and everything. So, feel the things that you're feeling, but you've got options, and your options are leave the country, lay down and let them walk over you and do something. And I have chosen to do something. because as Rose tells me, she says I'm not a quitter. So, and I guess I'm not. But the story is I had walked out of politics. So I am a graduate of the LGBT Victory Institute and an alumni of the LGBT Victory Institute, which for people that don't know about the LGBT Victory Institute, here, let me toss this up real quick.
Yeah.
So LGBTVictoryInstitute.org is a national organization that is specifically designed to put LGBT candidates out and get them helped. There's also the LGBT Victory Fund, which is specifically designed to fund candidates. And they have an interesting thing that you could show also later on in the stream, a national map that shows the 1,281 currently elected LGBTQ plus officials nationwide, which means we make up 0.25% of the elected official total number of elected seats across the entirety of the nation. We make up 0.25%. There's only 1,200 of us, and so that doesn't account for each individual thing. Like trans people make up even less than that, but it is what it is. So I've been involved with the LGBT Victory Institute, and I've been involved in multiple political campaigns. It would have been not last cycle, but the cycle before last. I met an individual by the name of Teresa Gasper, who ran for 36th Congressional District, and I.
Before we get too deep, how did you become involved with the LGBTQ Victory Institute?
Oh, right place, right time. I had couple individuals that knew me through some groups here in Dayton. PFLAG, Have a Gay Day, which is a 501(c) nonprofit charity organization, so it's PFLAG, and the Gatlin Dam Group. And I met people at those groups that were also wanting to run for office, and they directed me towards the Institute, and I ended up paying, it was probably a couple $100, I can't remember, for the whole training and everything, because I was going to run for Montgomery County Commissioner here in Ohio, and sort of just going to groups and meetings.
So would you? I part of my deal lately has just been yelling at chat to get involved, and that 90% of being involved is just showing up to the meeting.
Yeah.
As somebody who is actively in politics right now, how is that accurate?
Yes. Yeah, very. And a couple other things, because I don't want to bore everybody, but like the story of how I got here is something that I'll get to. But the biggest thing was it would have been back during the 16 to 20, I think it was 16, when I met Teresa, and I met her through a trans woman whose name was Josie, and I met Josie because I was at the LGBT Center in Dayton, Ohio for our Christmas holiday event, and Josie was signing people up for voting. That was why she was there, and I told her that I wanted to get involved, and so she gave me the information. I showed up to the office, and in the span of 2 weeks, I went from just doing phone calls to being a staging location director for Teresa Gasper for her 36th congressional bid against Turner. I think she ran against Turner, and he's a real piece of work. She called to concede the race, and he hung up on her.
Dang.
Yeah, he's a real piece of work. And so it was literally, I was at an LGBT group event, not even a political event, and there was somebody there from the Democratic Party who happened to be an LGBT person, trans woman, wonderful person, who was trying to get more LGBT people signed up to vote. And I ended up talking to her, and all of a sudden, I'm getting her phone number, and I'm, getting, hey, come to talk to the office to talk to us tomorrow. I show up to the office. I keep showing up to the office. Other people keep dropping out and quitting and whatnot. And all of a sudden, I'm in downtown, like Vandalia, running a staging location with like 30 phone bakers, and I've got all the precinct captains coming to me. Yeah.
Back up one more step. What is a staging director?
So a
'Cause a lot of
staging
people might
location
not know
director,
that.
yeah, yeah. So an SLDC, so staging location director is so there we have a when you're doing the larger national level campaigns, which is what Teresa's campaign was. When you're running the national level, you have what are called staging locations, which are where phone bankers can come in and we hand them out phones and we hand them out call lists, and where your dedicated like door knock teams, they come in, they get their precinct maps, they get their door knock maps, they speak to their precinct captains, which tell them where to go and what to do, and then they're giving us hourly reports on what they're out doing when they're out. And I ran that whole staging location. So that was my job, was to direct the phone bankers, teach the phone bankers, get them their call lists from the party, get access to like the all the party's different pieces of software and stuff, get all of our different maps and stuff, and get the precinct captains all of their stuff for getting people out to vote and things like that. And not only that, but like on election day, getting out our people that show up to the voting centers and getting our reports and stuff coming in from our different districts and things like that. And so yeah, staging location director is basically I'm sitting in a building with like 3 different phones, talking to the candidate, talking to my precinct captains, talking to my phone bank captain, and it was like 12, 13, 14-hour days.
Yeah.
If not longer. It was, and volunteer, I didn't get paid. But I got a fellowship with the Democratic Party as well, so
it's a pretty important position, right? Like it's
Mm.
you're basically like sending out your, like if it were a video game, you're like sending out all of the units,
Yeah.
dispatch.
Zerg rushing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So yeah, I did that. I did that with Teresa, and then I also helped another candidate a little bit, Desiree Thames for 10th Congressional, and then I sort of quit. I just kind of gave up when Trump won the first time, and obviously, I didn't vote for Trump the first time. I didn't vote for him this time. I did vote for Biden, and I did vote for Kamala. But when Trump won the first time, it was devastating then. I think it's far more devastating now.
Yep.
And I sort of quit. And I guess to get into how I got back into things, that is because the woman I've been talking about, that woman. So you want to show that to? Yep.
Rose Lounsbury.
Rose Lounsbury, yes. So she was running for state house, and 6th district here, I think, or 36th.
Yeah.
She was running for state house, and Rose knocked on my door. She was out knocking doors, and she knocked on my door, and she had her daughter with her, and
That's
I
actually
could
really
tell-
sweet.
Yeah, it was. She said it usually like she brought her kid with her because it disarmed people.
It
like-
disarmed me just now, so
Yeah. So, and Rose and I get to talking, and I'm like, okay, this is obviously a Democrat, and she's obviously your stereotypical lib, but she's a teacher, and she's, pro LGBT and pro trans and pro choice, and she's about getting, gun legislation and everything, right? And so we were talking, and I basically just said, well, I'd gotten out of this, and here's who I am, here's what I've done. I want, I'm bored. I want to help. And so I ended up volunteering for her. I don't know if there's any really good. Oh, actually, if you click on her Instagram link up at the top, the little one next to the Facebook, all the way up at the top, I think, or down there at the bottom. There you go. First picture on the left is you'll probably see me down there on the left.
Yeah.
That one. I'm right there.
Oh, I can't make it bigger, but yeah.
Oh, you can't make it bigger? Okay, yeah. But
There you
yeah,
are.
I'm right there. With all the other volunteers and stuff, we were doing an ice cream social type thing. But Rose was very, very big on social. So sorry, I'm getting distracted here.
No worries.
Yeah, she showed up to my door and we started talking, and I volunteered to help out. And specifically, I was going to be a precinct captain, and then that didn't turn out. And then I was going to do door knocking, and then decided with my back and my health, that's not going to do well. And so I ended up just going to events with her. So I would show up and help her pack and unpack and hand out documentation and talk to people. And the funny part of that is everything opened up after that, simply because I spoke to a candidate and said, hey, I want to help you. So it's not just go to the meetings, right? Like, obviously go to your local LGBT meetings, because you're probably going to have people there from either like the DSA or your Democratic club, if you have one or whatever. Go to the Dem meetings, but also, if you have a candidate who you agree with, who actually is local, running a local race, knocking at your door, or one of those candidates volunteers, say you want to help out.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, like, to give you even more of what's happened now, so I'm not only the communications co-chair for the South Dayton Democratic Club, I'm the Education Advocacy and Outreach Director for the Kettering Ohio Pride Coalition. I'm working directly with a group called the National Conference on Community and Justice, the NCCJ. I'm working directly with the League of Women's Voters chapters here in Dayton. I'm working with multiple 501(c) nonprofit LGBT charities. Like, I'm very busy.
Yeah.
And that all exploded. And I told Rose and I actually met just a couple days ago. I told Rose I want to run at county level, and she's running again. So she's decided she has to do this. So Rose and I are now, she went from running to running the SDDC, and she brought me with her, and now both of us are talking. She's going to run a second time, and I want to run now. And none of this would have happened if I hadn't shown up to meetings and hadn't opened the door to talk to her. Just those two things.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all I did, was I showed up to meetings to talk to people, and when she knocked on my door and I realized she wasn't a Republican, I opened the door and talked to her. And now I'm in the largest Democratic club in the state of Ohio, at least in this section, the southern section of Ohio, and I'm an officer of the board starting literally tomorrow, and directly responsible for directing the club's communication strategy. Like, I don't know. I know I just explained it, but I still don't know how it happened.
Well, it sounds like at baseline, 90% of it is showing up to the meetings, but the other 10% is just being willing to talk with people and being willing to put yourself out there and say, I want to help make things better.
Yes.
Right?
Very much so.
And like you're doing it. Like, you actually went to the meetings, and it turns out that, like, by being consistent, by being, dependable, by being like putting effort in and like following up and doing the things, it turns out like people want you to go with them as they continue. It's frustrating to me sometimes, because so many people seem to be in a position where like they like throw their hands up and they're like, there's nothing I can do, the entire system is rigged. And it's like, well, not really, you just need to show up. Because these people, whether they're big or small, they need volunteers to help them. They need us.
They do. Well, and that not only did I end up going from just a volunteer to, Rose and I are friends,
Mm-hmm.
but that I wrote an op-ed for her. That I ended up doing a bunch of liaison work where I ended up getting her to talk with other people and other people to talk with her. And you also know, because I told you, I directly challenged her to her face a couple times and got her to change her stump speech because I don't know if you remember me telling you about that, weeks and weeks ago, where, I'm the only trans person that she has, and so I'm talking to her about things, and it was showing up to an event with her. So she asked me again to show up to an event at Sinclair Community College, which was like a Democratic rally the vote sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the candidates got up to talk, and there was some Republicans too. And not a single candidate mentioned the LGBT community at all. Not a single candidate. Even the Dems and independents, nobody talked about the LGBT community, let alone the trans community. And I pulled Rose aside as I was helping her pack her van, because I was there. I was her person that kept, she called me and asked me to come. Yes, ma'am, on the way. And I'm like, look, no one talked about us, even you didn't. And I'm very disappointed. And now, I know some people are like, to hell with civility and decorum and politeness type politics. But when it comes to somebody like Rose, it would not do me any good to yell and scream at her in a parking garage in Sinclair Community College. It would be, she asked me how I felt, and I'd say, well, I'm a little disappointed. And she'd say, why? And then I'd say, because no one talked about us, not even you. And then we had a conversation about it where she was like, well, yeah, I've noticed no one's willing to do this because it seems to sink campaigns and it seems to cause them problems. But I'm going to do it for you. And then she went and did. Now, of course, when she lost the campaign by, the new numbers are in, the final numbers are in 4.6%. I ended up getting devastated because I was like, well, I made you do this and I cost you the campaign. And she's like, that's not even remotely accurate. She did the same thing I think a lot of you did, where it's like, there's no way in hell you telling me to change my stump speech in the last 2 weeks of the election cost me the election. Stop it. So she got me to knock that off real quick.
Yeah.
But
it
go
does.
ahead, sorry.
It does go to show that by being in the room, you can in fact influence power. You can,
yes,
you can wield some of that power yourself just by being in the room, and kind of like what you were talking about at the beginning. By volunteering and by getting involved in this process, you learn where the levers of power are.
Yes.
And that enables you then, once you know kind of how everything actually works, and not just this idea the government as this massive opaque machine. You actually know how it works a little bit. You can be like, I'm going to take my shot and run for local office.
Yeah.
And I'm really proud of you, by the way, just to say it.
Thank you. It's terrifying, and
yeah.
People will probably be like, well, I've got anxiety or I'm disabled or what. Yeah, me too, right? Like, I'm the heaviest and most unhealthy I've ever been. I've got a lot of health problems. I have a lot of mental health issues. I'm very scared, nervous all the time. But I don't know. I guess I could be in bed crying all day. But what does that do for my little one?
Yeah.
And what does it do for other people? And I think what solidified it even more this time through was the Kettering Ohio Pride Coalition, which, as I said, I'm a board member on that group, which is a 501(c) nonprofit charity organization that runs Pride here where I live. We did a fundraising event at a local bar called, actually, I'm not going to say it, at a local bar. I've already given away too much. And it's a very cool bar. It's actually about tabletop games and stuff like that. And the owners are all LGBT and stuff.
That's awesome.
And we had parents, mom and dad, come in with a 13-year-old trans child. And I ended up sitting and talking with them and got their phone numbers. And ended up giving them a lot of educational resources. And they asked if they could have my phone number, and I said sure, and we exchanged phone numbers. And trying to help them better understand their child and trying to help them better navigate what's going on here in Ohio.
Yeah,
And
it's rough out there.
yeah, I've got this 13-year-old trans girl who mom and dad are at the table with me crying because she's over sitting at a table with all of my friends just smiling and laughing and happy. And, trigger warning for self-harm, dad starts to tear up and he says, this is what he said. He says, my boy, I'm sorry, my girl. And I went to go at him, but I'll let it go for now. My girl was talking about wanting to not be here just last week, and now she's over there smiling and happy. And I said, yeah, and that's what this is. That's what you want for your children. That's what this is about. And I realized that, like, if I don't do this, that kid's got no one fighting for her. I'm in my 40s. I'm old and worn out. She's got a bright future. If I don't do something, if I don't stand up and do something, who's fighting for her future? And I don't know, maybe, Rose and I talked about this the other day about how maybe it's the old military mindset kicking back in of if I don't do it, no one else is going to do it, and it has to get done. And so, yeah, I'm tired and I'm exhausted and I want to stay in bed and cry and I give up and then I get up and do it anyway. And I don't know how. I don't know how I do it, but
I think you just you nicely laid out how you do it. Like it's this idea of like the future children who depend on us to do better today. Like that is a powerful motivator.
Yeah.
When you look around and it's not just your kids, it's other people's kids too, and like their parents are coming to you and crying in your presence, asking what do we do. Like at that point someone needs to step up and do something, but you know sometimes that means that lands on us.
Yeah. And I think one thing that I want to touch on here is I remember when I went out during the George Floyd protests. I went out as a street medic, I think about 6 or 7 times. And I had a lot of friends who asked what they could do. And I said, well, you can be a contact. You can be emotional support. You can be a ride. You can maybe toss me a 10 or a 20 for food and gas. You can, be information, telling me what's going on and sending me texts or whatever. You can coordinate with people. It doesn't, to speak again to that military mindset, when they told us we were the 1% in the military, that's not just BS Kool-Aid, it's literal factual mathematical truth. 99% of the country, because we live in a military industrial complex, supports the 1% of the people that are in the military. There's 3.5 million people in the DoD. So if I really got tired of people talking about this like it was military and war and stuff like that, but the more I look at it now, the more that those metaphors and that mindset has to, I think, be what we do for the next 4 years. That, yes, I'm out. I'm doing things. And you, whoever you are, cannot. So what do you do? Well, you're my friend, for example. Do what you're doing right now. Give me your platform if you feel so inclined. Or, I don't know, when I call and say, hey, it was too much today, can I have someone to vent and cry to? Be that person. That's just as powerful, isn't it? Because if I've got someone to call and vent to and cry to and say today was really, really hard, then that means I'm recharged for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So to everybody listening, you don't have to be a frontliner, but you need to support the frontliners in any way that you can. I'm sorry, bitching on blue sky is not enough.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm at like we can't afford to sit back and wait for someone else to save us. Like we have to treat this like the threat it is, and that means we're going to have to step up and do more than we have been before. And that's, you talk about kind of the military mindset, and to a degree I agree. Like we need to get organized. You know,
Yes.
that's what we need to do. It's not enough for us to just sit and nod and agree and all say, yes, this is a good idea. We need to go the next step, which is actively work together. And working together means doing things. It doesn't
Yeah.
just mean nodding along. So we need to, you know, whether it is supporting one of those frontliners, whether it is just showing up to volunteer to phone bank when you can,
Yeah.
or like going to your local like homeless shelter and volunteering and helping out, like whatever it is, you need to do it. You need to decide what way you want to get involved with this broader movement of, you know, whatever we wind up calling it, whatever it winds up being in the future. Like I know I don't want to call it like the resistance, because that's already been like memed
Yeah.
to death by liberals, but I mean like genuinely actually showing up for one another in a way that matters, in a way that moves the needle. And moving the needle doesn't mean playing patty cake with fascists. So
No.
sorry,
Yeah.
Jen Cougar.
Sorry. Yeah, Jen Canana. Not sorry. You know, and it's I guess maybe for the tough love part of it, right? Where, you know, and to sort of circle back and to talk on that about like, we have to organize, we have to get together, we have to communicate, we have to be willing to put aside differences. A lot of people will say, I'm tired, or I'm disabled, or I have this stuff, and those are all fair things.
Mhm.
And I know that this might come off the wrong way and piss people off, but I'm disabled, I'm tired, I'm unhealthy, I'm exhausted. Tough shit. I'm sorry. Tough shit.
Yeah.
You have choices right now, especially if you're a trans person in the United States. One of those is to huddle in a corner, metaphorically, and hide and hope that you're fine wherever you are. You detransition temporarily, or you know, go back in the closet, or you hide, or you try to be stealth, or whatever, and you give up and just hope it blows over. Newsflash, it won't. It will come for you eventually. The other one is that you flee the country. And I know that that's something I've talked about a lot. My wife and I talked about going back to Australia. But
And for some people, it may in fact be necessary, you know?
it may be. Yeah. The other option is, I guess, you know, lay down and give up, which is not an option, I think. I can say that from some experience, as you know. And option number 4 is fight. And so, like, you can hide, you can flee, you can give up, or you can fight. And if you pick fight, the world doesn't care. The country does not care how much pain you're in. It doesn't. And I know that it sounds maybe really mean of me, or elitist of me, or cringe, or whatever, to be like, if I can do it, you can do it. But that's what I'm saying. I have a meeting to go to tomorrow. Do you think I want to get out in the cold and the snow? Well, it's going to Zoom now, but whatever. But still, the meetings that I've got to go to this week, including the DSA and my other meeting and everything else, do you think I want to get out and do those things as a person with BPD and anxiety and everything else? No, of course not. Absolutely not. I don't want to do it, but I'm doing it anyway. I don't know how, but I am. And I think you need to have that mindset of, I'm going to do this, no matter how tired, no matter how much pain, because the other options just aren't options. Unless they are for you, of course. Like, I know this is probably making me look bad. I don't know if I'm getting across my point.
I don't think that it's making you look bad, because frankly, the political moment we're in, if I were to analogize it, would be like we are an animal caught in a bear trap. You know, our leg is in there, and it's like we don't have good options. We don't have the luxury of just not making a choice. And because not acting is a choice, and that will not benefit us. It will, in fact, hurt all of us.
One of my
And
favorite Rush songs. If you
yeah.
choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, and the tragic part is, if enough of us actually came together, we could do all of the things we want to do. And it's not just out of like the pie in the sky, utopian idea that we should do these things. Now it's come down to, well, we either get our shit together, or far, far, far worse things are coming down the pipeline. It is, to me, I look at, or the story you told me about that 13-year-old trans girl, like, those things land not just on people who've led full lives, or people who are middle-aged, or people who are, have had a few years of adulthood under their belts. It's coming on all of us, including the most helpless among us. And if you are at all able to resist, whether it is text banking, which you can do from home, or phone
Yes.
banking, which you can do from home,
Yes.
or if it is getting out in the world a bit more and interacting, now is the time we need to do those things. Because basically the worst case scenario has happened, and now it's a question of how bad is that worst case going to be. And I was doing a bit of reading and prepping for the show today, and one of the things that was really hammered home to me over and over again in a lot of the analyses of like kind of the current political moment is that realistically Donald Trump has until the midterms. So that's 2 years. And on top of that, the House is heavily weighted against him. He can only afford to lose a couple of votes in the House to pass legislation, and that's why he's desperately trying to put together one massive package and he's going to try and force that through. But like, for the first 90 days of his first term, like when he's going to be at his most powerful, he's going to be effectively hobbled by what's going on in the House and different appointments he has made, and different Republican House members leaving and special elections happening. And we need to start getting involved now, because by getting involved now, we can, in fact, put pressure and perhaps influence some of the outcome on the national level things. But also, if we get involved now, 2 years from now, the midterms happen. And that's when, and we have 2 years from now until then to actually build up some measure of power and perhaps tip midterm elections at the local and state levels, which, at that point, it's anyone's guess what happens in those next 2 years. But like, for the most foreseeable future, it is not endless suffering and misery quite yet. And whatever strength we have in our legs, our arms, our voices, we need to lend to making things better.
Yeah. And to go back to like what you can do as well, like even during Rose's campaign, people drove around and planted signs. That's doing something.
Yeah.
It's not nothing. Now, some people say who cares about the signs, but like it's some people, we had volunteers who would show up and set up booths and leave and then come back and tear down, so that Rose and the other volunteers that like myself that were with her just had to show up and man the booth or whatever. Like, there is so much that you can do. The text banking and the phone banking and knocking doors if you want to be part of the ground game, and driving around and setting up signs, or going to meetings, or talking to candidates when they knock on your door. Like, there's so much that you can do in terms of direct action, and there's so much in terms of indirect action, supporting the people who are doing the direct action, that from my point of view, you really don't have an excuse unless you are in some sort of very special circumstance, very special situation. And on top of that, I know that a lot of people are still feeling dejected and despondent. And I get it. I'm in Ohio. I don't know if anybody noticed, but Ohio went redder than it's ever went. We lost every election, almost. We lost the issue. We lost the Supreme Court. We lost the House in terms of 25 Republicans to 8 Democrats. And I think there's like in the lower house, the Republicans outnumber the Dems like 2 or 3 to 1. They have a complete supermajority. We lost major issues on the ballot. We lost down ballot races in almost every race in the state. The Republicans flipped in both the upper and lower house. We lost. And one of my friends who ran for office, her name is Bobby, a trans woman. She only got about 25% of the vote where she lived. Her and other trans people from one of the trans groups that I'm part of, Gatland Dame, went to the State House to fight House Bill 8, which is basically our Don't Say Gay bill, if I remember. It's either 8 or 36 or whatever. I can't remember. And the stories that we got from them was they went to the House in front of the committee, and there were 128 testimonies. One testimony was for the bill, the rest were against it. And during the testimonies that were against the bill, which would be us, we had 2 representatives get up and walk out. We had other representatives, and they didn't come back. It wasn't just going to the bathroom. They just got up and walked out. Other representatives were scoffing. They were on their phones. They were rolling their eyes. They were leaning back in their chairs. They were just being as cruel as humanly possible while listening to us. When the one person who was for the bill, they were engaged. And so when I look at my state and I look at how things are in Columbus, it's really easy for me to go, to hell with it. The people who are sitting in that hallway of power right now are getting up and walking out and laughing and rolling their eyes at us. No matter how much we cry and yell and scream and how polite we are, impolite we are, what does it matter? Except the thing is it does matter. Because then you come back home knowing who you're dealing with. And you come back home and you get involved and you primary the hell out of them. And you get them out of that seat so that the next person who sits in that seat doesn't get up and walk out on you. That's what we have to do. That's what I have to believe we have to do. Because yeah, I could just be like, these people don't care. They're cruel. They're evil. They're inhuman monsters. They will just laugh at me while I'm crying. If I'm not polite enough, they'll have me escorted out in handcuffs or whatever. Who cares? I'm done. Let's give up. But then that gives them what they want. I don't want to give them what they want. I want to be a nuisance. I want to be a problem. I want to show up and make them get out of their seats and leave over and over and over again, and then come back and talk about it on the news. And come back and talk about it and motivate people to get out and to make sure that those representatives in Columbus, well, guess what? They're up for re-election during the midterms. Maybe we make sure that they lose that seat so that they don't have the right to get up and walk out on us. Because what else can we do?
Yeah.
We show up once, they make us feel like shit, we don't show back up. No, we keep showing up.
Yep.
We keep showing up. And I don't know how else to get it across that, like, the answer to getting into politics is incredibly easy. You've been shoving it down people's throats for weeks now, months,
been trying.
years. Yeah. And you've been right since day one. I'm living proof. I opened the door and talked to somebody. I showed up to meetings and talked to people. And not only have I helped on 3 campaigns, I'm now on the board of officers for the largest Democratic club in the state. And I made my intentions to run for office clear.
Mm-hmm.
Because I opened the door and talked to somebody And I got in the car, and even though I really was tired and I was really sore, and God damn it, I don't want to do this. I went to the meeting
and I
and I
know,
talked to people.
and I know you have issues like physical disabilities that make it
Yeah.
really, really difficult.
My knees and my back and lungs and everything. I'm messed up. Thank the military for that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I won't do that.
No, that's the sarcasm part, Jack.
Yeah.
We don't thank the military for that.
But yeah, it really is one of these things where like I know our system is imperfect. I know that like it is full of flaws, that we can always change it to be more welcoming, to be more accessible. We can do that, but we can't do it unless those voices are in the room somehow, some way. A lot of meetings these days are on Zoom, but like and I've talked about this on stream before, like a lot of politicians and political systems that are currently in place, Facebook is the newest thing. They're like 20 years behind the modern world when it comes to like communicating. And so like in order to get things better, we need voices in the room like yours, Lady RainCloud, to advocate for, people who might find accessing these areas difficult, and also for, to bring a trans perspective. And like, it's not necessarily that these places are hostile out of a place of like malice. Oftentimes it's just like
Ignorance.
they haven't thought about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And granted, there are, libs who are just never going to listen to about trans issues like that. That is a thing. There are malicious actors in there, but like the vast majority of people, I would wager, are simply trying to do their best with what knowledge and information they have. And
I think so.
I think when they are made aware that there are issues, they will try to make accommodations. I recently joined DSA, and it's actually been pretty interesting and cool to see how accessible they make their meetings, and they make like your ability to actually show up. Because at the heart of these orgs, they want people to engage with the system.
They do.
My local DFL, I'm in Minnesota, so we have the Democratic Farmer Labor Party here instead of the Democratic Party. But I reached out and I was like, hey, it says to reach out if you want to join the next meeting, and I'd like to join the next meeting. And the chairman of the DFL responded to me personally, of at least this branch of the DFL, and was like, yeah, here's the link to join remotely. This is going to be our only fully remote one. The rest of all our meetings for the rest of, the year are going to be hybrid. You can either join remotely or show up in person. And also, if you, feel disoriented or want to just feel inclined, I have a standing offer for anyone who joins to get coffee with them and talk to them and get to know them. And like, that's really cool. Like a lot of people look at these systems as inhuman, as unfeeling, as unthinking, and they are, because that's what a system is. But that system relies on people, and you can actually engage with people.
Yes. Well, and it's funny too, because in terms of accessibility, like it's my job as the communications co-chair to do accessibility, because we literally, one of our first talking points was, during the last meeting after the election, we had 80 new members. 80, as in almost 100 new people joined the group after the election, and we have to figure out how to make accommodations for all of those people. We have to figure out how to make the group accessible for those people. And we're not just talking about the stock standard stuff, like, hey, this person's in a wheelchair, we need to have ramp access, right? in terms of like accessibility, because accessibility doesn't just mean for disability access. I mean, it definitely should do. And again, I am a disabled individual. I am literally a physically disabled, and I get disability benefits from the VA. I am physically disabled and have, mental disability diagnoses too. So, but it's in terms of, like you said, my job as communications co-chair is to get more people to the group. Right? Like that's literally in my job description.
Yeah.
Is communicating our stances and our policies and our calls to action and getting people to come to us to make the group bigger, to get more power, to get more solidarity. And that also means accessibility as well, in terms of like, we're running Zoom meetings so that you can show up with or with a camera, with or without a camera, and talk, and you can show up to the physical meeting. And we've got the newsletters if you can't show up to anything at all that we're redoing. And the meeting notes are being done so that you know exactly what we talk about. And all of that stuff, like we're literally talking about all of that tomorrow with the entirety of the board, literally tomorrow at like 7 o'clock in the afternoon. So less than 12 hours from now. Or
That's awesome.
Not 12, sorry, less than 24. And so like, what I mean is the groups, at least on our side, quote unquote our side, the DSA and the Democrats and everything, these groups are going out of their way. Well, I don't want to say going out of their way, but that's the only phrase I can think of. These groups are focused on getting as many people to the table as possible. And that's why I push what I pushed earlier of you really don't have any excuses, because all you have to do, like when I get my new email address, all you have to do is email me. And I will do everything I can to make sure you become a part of the group.
Yeah.
If that means getting you, lunch with the vice president, getting you lunch with the president, coming and sitting down with you as the communications co-chair if you've got questions for me on, hey, what is the South Dayton Dems communications policy on Palestine or whatever, and you want to talk to me about that, that's the same thing for all of these major organizations. We want you to come to the table. And so we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that you can get to the table and that you can actually sit comfortably at the table.
Yeah.
And that's why I push you don't really have an excuse. Because the first thing you do is talk to us, tell us what you need, and we're going to bend over backwards for you to get you to the table,
It is hard because some people, through ignorance, which isn't always like malicious, right? Just don't know what certain people might need to accommodate them. And it's great that you are opening yourself up to like interact with people to try and get them those things. Like, is that I wanted to ask a little bit about your kind of, do you have like kind of, maybe not a concrete plan quite yet, but like some ideas of how you want to get butts in seats, as it were?
Again, we're having our very first meeting as the because this is a 2-year term. And I've already made clear my intention to be president of the club next term. We'll go from there. But
hell yeah, love a girl with ambition.
Yeah, I already told that to Rose, because Rose is like, hey, I'm running for office again, and I'll do this for 2 years, but like, I'm only going to do this if I'm going to be training the next person. Which right now is a gentleman, I think, by the name of Uriah, but I don't know if he's still going to want to do it or not, or if he and I are going to run against each other or whatever, but I said that I wanted to do it and he seemed interested, so we'll see where that goes. But in terms of my plan to get butts in seats, like, we have Zoom, our socials are kind of garbage right now because our club has been ran by 2 people for years and years and years, because guess what? No one wanted to do anything.
Yeah, it's hard to get more than 2 people when only 6 people are showing up at the meetings.
Yeah. Well, and then it's hard to get more than 6 people when you've only got 2. Right? So the it's kind of a problem where, let's say the SDDC had like 30 members. It was much more than that. And it was being ran by two individuals, husband and wife team, I know them both. They're awesome. They're wonderful, but they're like, I think they're in their 50s and 60s and they're getting worn out. And they've been doing it by themselves for like the last 10 years or something silly. I don't know, because no one ever volunteered to help them until now. And all of a sudden, hey, I was there and I'm the first trans board member of a Democratic club, like in Ohio, I think. Maybe. I don't know, but at least for the South Dayton Democratic Club, I'm the first trans board member ever.
That's
because
a big accomplishment.
Yeah, it's not, obviously as big as like being the first trans congressperson or senator or whatever, but like I'll take it, I'll take it. And so the biggest issue I think there was like they couldn't get help. And so like how are they going to make the group bigger when they've got no help? And then when the help shows up, they're like, "Oh my god, here, take everything." And the reason I'm bringing that up real quick, and I know it's a tangent, is because show up and they will give you stuff to do.
Oh yeah, they are a lot of people in these local apparatuses are overwhelmed and are just waiting for someone with motivation to come along where they can be like, here's a third of the things I'm working on. Please go.
Yeah, we went from 2 people to 6.
Yeah.
To running this thing now. But in terms of my plans, so obviously my co-chair is going to be rebuilding and doing a lot of stuff with our website. I'm going to be taking over all of the socials probably tomorrow. And that means picking up new socials, shutting down socials that just aren't. I'll have to do a lot of like research on the analytics and stuff when I get all the accounts handed over tomorrow. And my plan is, if the socials aren't active, to make them active. And so that means throwing out in the newsletter, which is not for me, that's for the president. President writes the newsletter, and then we go over as a board and it goes out. Means sort of doing those calls to action, doing that content generation on all of our socials, the content generation that is designed to pull people back to the website with the intention to get them to join. Letting people know whenever we do make an accessibility change, letting people know that we're open to making accessibility changes. Like again, the Zoom that we've got going on, like letting people know, hey, if you can't come in person, we have a Zoom and a camera is not required. And we, like in the Zoom, we have a system where you can just raise your, click a little button to raise your hand so that we can see that you want to say something. And making sure that like, we have the people that are there in the Zoom can also be there during the actual live meetings as well. And so that we've got like cameras and stuff so that they can see the people at the live meeting when we take questions and stuff like that. So a lot of it is just trying to generate content and education and let people know we exist, let people know we want them there. Let people know that we will do whatever we can to make it as easy and comfortable for you to be there as possible, whether it's virtual or whether it's physical. Let people know that even if they can't make it to the meetings, that we are doing everything we can to communicate all of our policy decisions, all of our stances, all of our communications procedures by putting out our newsletters, by putting out the meetings minutes, so that, and I want to have the meetings recorded. I don't know if I'm going to get what I want. We'll have to wait and see tomorrow. But I want to record the meetings so that we can put that out. Maybe live stream the meetings is something that I want to do. Because one thing I have noticed, by the way, and I'm sure you know this, the Dems suck at engaging with influencers and content creators.
Yep.
They're horrible at it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Republicans aren't, by any stretch of the imagination. So I want to set up a camera and live stream the meetings so that people, if they don't even want to be on Zoom, they can see the meetings live stream. Now, of course, there's, whether I get that or not is people, whether we have to do legal liabilities and signing waivers, and because again, legality stuff.
Yeah.
But that's part of the plan too, is making it so that you have every possible means of communicating with us.
Well, and it would also be great to have just a transparent process where, like, because a lot of people just don't know what these are like, and that
No,
unknown
they don't.
can sometimes be an impediment to them getting involved because
Yes.
it's a bit scarier. But if they were live streamed, that would demystify so much.
Yeah.
And for people who couldn't be there, like, they can re-watch or re-listen to it, and that I like that idea a lot. Let them know in that meeting tomorrow that
I will.
the internet is behind you.
Yeah, I have to put some things on the agenda tonight before I go to bed. Because the president's a stickler. Rose is a stickler for that. But I want to do that, and a few other bits and pieces in terms of like, hey, when we have our like directors board members meeting, we don't do minutes for that we put out.
Mhm.
I want to put those out.
That'd be great.
So I want people to know what was put on the agenda and what was talked about and the decisions the board made, and then make sure that the decisions the board is making goes out to the rest of the club. Not just the monthly meeting, which we do have minutes that go out. We have a summary and minutes that go out. But when the board meets, what the board discusses doesn't go out. And I want to have that transparency there too, which as communications co-chair, I can bring that up and see if the board agrees or not. I hope they agree. Because like you said, transparency. And also, I think another good thing about another good way to get people involved is to let them know that there is a process to ask for things to be put on the agenda.
Yeah.
To let them know how that works, because we have a steering committee, and that steering committee, dictates what goes on the agenda and what speakers we have every month and all that other kinds of stuff. We have to figure out if those people want to keep doing the job or not, and whether we want a steering committee or if we just want the board to handle it. We're kind of thinking we just kind of want the board to handle it now. But that also means like letting people know when I take over that you can just directly email me, at least, Open Door Policy, and ask for things to put on the agenda, and I will bring that up at the board meetings. And I think doing all of that will get people to show up. I hope. I really do.
Yeah. I mean,
because if not, I don't know.
I think it will certainly help. And you are actually, and I'm gonna toot your horn a little bit here. You're actually really good at managing social media. So like, if anyone can revive the social media accounts that you're gonna be put in charge of, it's gonna be you.
I hope so.
You've had a career in doing that
since 2012.
Yeah.
Yeah, since 2012 when I had started in the games industry. I've been doing that. I've been a community and media relations manager for over a decade now. So I think that's why, because I was the first person Rose asked. She called me directly and was like, hey, I want you to do this. And do you know why, chat? Because like I showed up and got to know her, and she's like, "Hey, this person is like always there when I ask. I'm gonna call them first." So, but of course, we had the other person who was interested, who just moved here, and so Rose was like, "Hey, can we have a co-chair?" Like, yeah, that's fine, sure, why not? I was gonna fight it at first, but I decided, you know what, it's not worth it. I'll fight it later.
Yeah.
next term. I'm gonna be doing this for the next 2 years at least. So we'll. It's just not worth it. But yeah.
Well,
I thank you for that.
You're welcome. You put Kerbal Space Program in front of a lot of people. So if you can,
yes.
you did that. I think you can get some butts in seats. I believe in you.
God, I remember starting that too. We were at like maybe. When I started working on KSP, we went from like 30,000 people on the forums to like 80 or 90,000 in the first few weeks, because I was working like 12-hour days on everything. It's nuts. But I think I can do this. I really think I can. I think I can get butts and seats.
I know you can.
Yeah. So we've been going. Do we want to wind it down? Questions from you, questions from them, and then I can maybe.
I feel like I've had a lot of my questions answered. Chat, what questions do you have for Lady Raincloud? I've seen a few that we may have already answered so far. There were some questions in chat about how can these be made, how can these meetings or getting involved be made more accessible? And I feel like you kind of addressed a lot of that. If
so.
people have more specific questions about that, feel free to ask. Let's see. Some people are geeking out that you were involved with Kerbal Space Program.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, we didn't actually start with it, but I guess as we're winding down, for the people that don't know who I am,
I'll post
I
your
can.
socials in chat real
Yeah,
quick.
thank you. Yeah, I'm Kara or Rain, Kara Rain, Lady Rain, whatever. I'm 41. I'm a disabled vet. I was a medical professional in the military, and then I've been working in the games industry since 2012. Something I share in common with lovely Jack here. And I, yeah, have been involved in politics since Obama. Obama. They don't know Obama. Give or take. And you can also see on my socials that I am an aspiring author. I have a book I'm working on called Mother's Vesper. Also, for those that don't know, if you're into other things outside of like science fiction, fantasy type stuff, novels as well, I am also one of the 2 remaining members of Team Siren, who is building an independent tabletop role-playing game. One of the other 2 team members has been kind of busy in AFK for quite some time now. I don't know if she's going to be re-engaging with the team anytime soon or not.
But if you want to follow the development of that, here's a link to their socials as well, the Siren Song Studios social account. We do have a few questions for you that have come in now. How wide of a pool of people politically would you be willing to work with? Like, as someone who's organizing in like with the Dems.
If you don't agree with our mission, I'm not going to work with you. I guess like, so, where is that? So there is on the website, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, on the website, the about section has like our mission, and there was the code or something that we had.
Yeah. Here, I'll bring it up. Our mission, this is an idea. This is about an idea uniting Democrats, then the majority of the American people, and doing it with a vision of our nation as a truly just society. Getting there depends on 3 things: our core values, our creed, a common origin story, a clear vision, without which nothing can be achieved. Above all, it depends on you. Without you, nothing can happen.
Yeah.
And our vision, a just society as long as it takes. And the creed, all people are created equal. That is America's fundamental idea. America is a democracy by and for the people, ruled by the Constitution and its interpretations, protected by the Bill of Rights, and inspired by the Declaration of Independence. These founding documents demand freedom, justice, and opportunity for all Americans in full and equal measure, regardless of who you are, what you believe, and where you live.
Yep. And so, I guess a smaller answer, because I'm known for being incredibly long-winded, is I'm not a professional fascist detransitioner, whatever. I'm not a professional turn a fascist into not a fascist person. So if you're a fascist, I'm not going to work with you, obviously. Which means not showing up to talk to Charlie Kirk, for example.
Yeah.
Continuing to throw shade at the people who need shade thrown at them because they're the largest progressive media outlet. Will I work with libs? Yes. Will I work with independents? Yes. Will I work with Republicans that come over? Yes, if they're not MAGA. But if you're MAGA, if you're, white nationalist, Christian nationalist, whatever, I'm not going to communicate with you. It's a waste of my time. And I speak for myself, not as a member of the South Dayton Democratic Club, but as Kara, I'm not going to spend my time. But I don't know. I have to believe in certain circumstances that people that are willing to change and show through action they're willing to change, that shutting them away at the door pushes them back into the bad stuff. And so if they show up at the door willing to show change and willingness to change, I guess I'll open the door and talk to them. But yeah, like I'll work with MLs, I'll work with SOC Dims, I'll work with traditional Dims, work with independents, work with because beggars can't be choosers. I got to work with the people who will show up to do the work. And I know people don't want to hear that, but I mean, I got called a liberal and a war criminal literally a couple days ago, so whatever.
Second question.
Yes.
If and when speaking to a MAGA-ite, say phone banking, how do I get them to listen at least?
Oh, God. So here's a thing with that. Yep. If you are phone banking, you're not going to be calling MAGAs.
Yep.
Because we in the Democratic Party have our information on who is voting and what they voted, and people that have ours next to their votes in terms of what they've been voting for the last several election cycles, you're not going to call them anyway. Now, it can happen that you can get a mistake where you call somebody that's either an independent or a swing, somebody that maybe voted for Trump and then voted for Biden and then voted for Trump again for whatever reason, or somebody that voted for Trump but then voted Democrat down ballot, which happened a lot, and we don't know why. I don't know why. I should say I don't know why. But those type of people, you need to hit them with the solidarity stuff, I guess. Hey, how about your health insurance? Are you a farmer? How about your farm equipment? Like, do you have the right to repair it? Or like, you've got to find a key to the door first, and that isn't going to be a hot button topic. And I know that probably sucks to hear. It's going to be something they care about. You have to adapt your language to the person you're talking to. And so if you want a MAGA-ite to listen to you, try talking to them about, I don't know, how much of their paycheck they're getting each year, or how much of their tax return they're getting, or how hard it is for them to put food on the table. Try one of those things.
If I can throw in my 2 cents, just
please
talk to them about like the average everyday things that everyone has to deal with and no one likes. You know, and also, if it's going to be your first time phone banking, I'm just going to reiterate what LadyRainCloud said here, which is that generally they have information on who is likely to vote, and they're going to have you phone banking basically to boost those people who are likely to vote into actually fully voting. You know, that's kind of the idea behind phone banking. It's just making sure that they know what day the election is, etc. But also, like, usually the team that you are working with to do phone banking will have some kind of like a phone banking script. Yes. They'll have talking points that you can hit and reiterate on different calls. And there will likely be some variation of like, if somebody is MAGA, here are some points that you can bring up to maybe break through to them. But the expectation is, in all of my experience, has never been you need to convert MAGA folks on the phone if you're phone banking.
Yeah, like when I was a staging location director and I ended up running the phone banking as well, everybody had their scripts next to them. Everybody had their operating, like their standard protocols. Like if they got somebody that was a hardline Republican or right winger, just thank you for your time and get off the call. I don't want you going off script. It's not your job to do that, to go off script with them. And again, we will get it wrong at times, but we know everybody's voting history. If you voted, we've got your voting records. We know who you voted for. We're not going to make you, as a phone banker, call somebody who is never voted Dem, for example. Like I said, the only times that you'll get those issues is like those anomalies. Like the anomalous voters that went Republican for the presidency but Democratic down ballot, or the voters that we've seen that they'll vote some Republican and some Dem, or the independents, the swing voters. We also have tiers of voters as well. So like will vote, likely to vote, unlikely to vote, those types of things that we're going to be directing you towards. And you're probably never going to run into it. And if you do, then stay on script, and it might be best just to disengage. If you're talking out in public and not phone banking, if you're like door knocking, or you're just out in public, period, doing activism and advocacy and outreach, first thing for me is always be safe.
Yep.
Always make sure people know where you are. Always make sure that you have an emergency contact that can help you get out of a bad situation. And I know we're all sick of civility and politeness and decorum politics. Try not to give them an excuse to do something to you, especially if you're trans and POC.
Yeah, use the buddy system.
Use the buddy system, and try to hit them with things that you know they're going to agree with you on. Like, hey, I think that your wife, for example, Mr. Farmer Man, should get paid and for having baby and paid for staying home so it doesn't hurt you and make you work harder. I don't know. Like, I don't think like these people, I'm sorry. But try to find that solidarity leverage point where you think you might share something in common. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, follow-up question related to the phone banking. Would the phone banking outfit generally be willing to provide like large text print material?
Meaning?
I think like for people who have trouble reading like the fine print, like larger text, and also a lot of phone banking is done online these days.
Yes, it is.
So you would get like a digital one that you can blow up as big as you'd like.
Yeah.
Another question here. Somebody wanted me to ask about in Ohio, like, have you seen a lot of out migration to friendlier states like Michigan and Pennsylvania?
Not personally. I'm in some discords where people are discussing fleeing the country.
Mhm.
I have not personally seen a lot of out migration. I think it's happening. I would be surprised if it wasn't, because Ohio is becoming Florida too, relatively quickly. So, yeah. Yeah, I haven't really seen that. Actually, one thing I do want to bring up real quick. One thing I want everybody in this community to have access to is there. I will just put it in chat now that we're winding down.
Yeah, go for it.
There it is. Let's see here. The translegislation.com, the anti-trans legislation tracker. We have 115 bills already in 14 states in 2025 that were pre-filed for the first legislative day.
Yeah, it's bad out there.
Yes, it is. So I want you all to have access to that website so that you can see what bills, positive and negative, are being proposed, and so that you know what you need to be doing to fight and get people engaged. Which also, by the way, something else you can do that's really, really easy and accessible is, yes, actually, I know I said it earlier that like bitching on Blue Sky is an activism, but getting on socials and getting on your friends that you know are libs, milquetoast, Dems, whatever, and showing them these bills and stuff and being like, hey, this directly affects me, that can motivate real quote unquote allies to also stand up and help you. At least I've seen that. Like, on my Facebook, for example, I will post stuff, and it's gotten a lot of my cis allies to be very angry and upset and join groups and get them motivated and activated, which is something that you need to be focusing on as well, is not just activating yourself, but, for example, Aaron, right? Yes, activate a friend. Yeah, get somebody else, if you can't do it, get somebody else to do it for you. Get somebody else to be your advocate, right?
Yep.
Yep. Not everybody's online. Yes. What Archangel said. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, what else?
Are you pro Second Amendment? Because for me, it's the biggest issue I have against the Democrats, was one of the questions.
I am pro Second Amendment, yeah.
Cool.
But I am pro Second Amendment with caveats.
Which is?
I want wait timers. I want bump stocks gone. I want binary triggers gone. I want wait on large ammunition purchases. What else? Proper concealed carry permit stuff.
Large ammunition purchases curtailed, mandatory.
I want them curtailed. I want you to. So, like, if I go to the store and buy a box of ammo for my pistol, that should be fine.
Yeah.
But if I go to the store and buy 10,000 rounds of ammo, no. Why? Why are you doing that? Right? You should wait for 72 hours for us to make sure that there's not a reason you're doing that.
So, like, some common sense reforms.
Yes, common sense reforms. Yes,
that makes sense.
And because I'm a member of the Socialist Rifle Association, which is completely different from the NRA. And it's that whole, I tell people, come all the way left to where I am, you get your guns back because you can't have an unarmed proletariat, right? So yes, I am pro second. And the fastest growing group of people arming in the United States is LGBT people, specifically trans people. True. Are arming themselves faster than any other demographic in the US right now.
True.
I wonder why. Sorry, go ahead.
Another question, what are some resources, tips, advice, etc. for getting involved with the Democratic Party specifically, particularly for local politics, just starting to get my feet wet in political activity? And right before, I'll give you a couple seconds to think of an answer, but real quick, I actually had this pulled up earlier, which is, this is the directory for all of the different state party websites. Wherever you are in the United States, you can click and find your state party website, and that will help you get involved with your specific state party, because my understanding is every state party is a little bit different.
It is, yes. Yeah.
So
that website I was going to link, but thank you, Jack.
You're welcome.
It's almost like you're a professional. Been doing this for a long time. So please read the question again. I'm sorry.
What are some resources, tips, advice, etc. for getting involved with the Democratic Party specifically, particularly for local politics?
So resources, Jack just gave you the big one. With the Democratic Party specifically, you need to Google Democratic Club or Democrat Party Club or whatever. So obviously that specific website, which is thedemocrats.org, which will tell you where your specific parties are for your state, and then your state chapters can potentially direct you towards like your municipality and county chapters. You need to just Google, honestly, if you have clubs, Google Democratic groups. Obviously the big thing is the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. They can probably help, but they're more of an activist side as far as I know. I don't meet with the DSA until Thursday, and I've never talked to anybody in the DSA except for Gamergy. So like, the DSA is a big deal. And in terms of like tips and stuff and getting involved in local politics, literally we've been over it. Find the clubs and go to them.
Yeah.
And ask questions and get involved that way. How else would you put that, Jack? Right? Like,
I-
we've been saying this
yeah.
for so long. Like,
It really is as simple as, they might not be called Democratic clubs. Like in Minnesota, for example, a lot of the DFL organizes in Senate districts. So you'll, like, whatever county or city you're in, you may have to do a little bit of extra Googling to find, like, your particular local branch of the Democratic Party. And I know that that's frustrating, and it should be a lot easier than it is, but it's not. You find that and then contact the people who are there. Usually they will have an events page that shows when their next meeting is, and if they do have one but it's empty or they don't have one, then reach out to that local party chair and ask when the next meeting is, and just write them an email, tell them that you want to show up, you want to get involved, and 9 times out of 10 they will be happy to tell you when and where and what you can do. It really is as simple as reaching out and then showing up to those meetings and engaging with them.
Yep. 100%. Yeah. You have to do a little bit of Googling, and then, like Jack said, you just have to show up. We've been drilling it and drilling it and drilling it and drilling it. You get started by getting started. I know that is the dumbest thing I have said all year, but
no, it's true. Banana Brains, you're asking follow up. What should I say when I contact my local Dems? Anything in particular? Honestly, just say I am looking to attend the next meeting. I am new and want to get involved. How can I be useful? Like,
yes,
you can repeat that verbatim in your email if you would like. But genuinely, those are like the 3 things that people in your local political scene most want to hear.
Yeah. They want you to ask them, "Hey, what can I do to help?" And they want to hear that you want to help. And they want to hear that you will show up to help. So, yeah, tell them that you want to show up and that you want to be involved, and hey, what can I do?
And
9 times out of 10 they'll say, "Hey, just show up and get to know everybody. There's nothing for you to do. We've already got blah blah blah," but whatever.
And Amber
Sorry.
Brains brings up, just as a point, like, make sure to check that your online tech is accessible to readers on the back end. Most orgs don't think about that, and that's true, though I'm not sure. I imagine one of the only ways to air that would be to go to the meetings or to reach out again to these chairs or various people within the local Dem scene, because I have to be completely honest with you, as somebody who's just starting my personal journey of getting involved. I have no idea who makes the website or who makes any of the tech that this stuff runs on. So
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
well,
good.
I mean, for my my club / party group, I do, because I talk to her tomorrow. But yeah, so for that thing with Amber Brains, because I know when I scrolled back through chat, a lot of, I guess I might have said the wrong things in the wrong way in regards to like accessibility and stuff. Don't treat everybody like me. Like, I'm a libertarian socialist. You all know me. You know that I'm very hardline left. I'm max left. Fucking jank.
Max
and
left.
Max left. Maximize. Like, what are we, like Maximals? Like the Transformers Maximals?
You would not believe that that's like the second or third time this week I've heard Maximals get brought up. It's
Maximals. Well, I mean, he makes it easy with the whole max left versus max right bullshit. Don't treat everybody like they're me, please, because they might not know that you need a very specific accessibility situation, and they just don't know because they're neurotypical or they're not disabled, and you cannot, please don't. These are allies. You cannot show up and scream in their ear about how they're ableist or ableist, or however you say that word or whatever, and they're doing it on purpose. You cannot do that. You have to show up and say, hey, I have an accessibility concern. Can this please get addressed? And I promise you it will be.
Yeah, I think most people in there want it to be accessible. So like once you track down whoever does handle the tech for like your local Democratic or DSA group, I guarantee that they will like start trying to work on those solutions. Like they're gonna do their best.
And also they can't just make a decision and do it. You have to understand that a lot of these groups have boards. So like if you come to me in South Dayton Dims and like, hey, I want you to change the font to dyslexia compliant because I have dyslexia, I can't just be like, sure, and go onto the website and do it. I have to bring it up at the meeting and I have to get the board to agree to it and propose it in the agenda. I'm sorry. Yes, bureaucracy, it sucks. 9 times out of 10, they can't just do it. The DSA, I don't know. Maybe the DSA tech people can, but in the Democratic Party groups and the Democratic Club type groups, the people who handle the tech can't just do what you want when you want right then and there. You have to be willing to be patient with them, please.
Yeah, and I think that Amber Brains was making that the point that you should make it like kindly and like considerately, but like still to engage with that issue at all. You know, like
well, I wasn't like calling Amber out. Like I like a general sort of knowledge thing for everybody. Yeah, sorry, Amber. I'm not trying to like call you out or get on you or anything. I just meant as like a general informational PSA thing. You know, be understanding that, you know, there's like rules and regulations and stuff, and you just have to wait and be patient with people and tell them that you need something specific.
Yeah, and also showing up and adding additional voices to advocate for that makes it more effective too.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Because like, you know, I can advocate for that, like changing the font on the website, but the website's not mine, it's the co-chairs. And so if the group is like, well, you know, how many dyslexic members do we have? Is this something we really need to worry about?
And 5 of the 10 members throw up their hands.
Yeah, if 5 of the 10 members throw up their hands, then we're gonna be like, yeah, but if like 1 does, then you know, it's just the way these types of groups work, unfortunately. So yeah, you just have to, you know, you have to let them know that you need something specific for you and give them the time to get that for you. And then, you know, if we meet once a month, so if you go from one meeting to the next without hearing anything, then you need to hound people.
Yeah. And then yeah. 100%. It is a battle sometimes to organize even within a group that should be organizing in harmony. You know,
yes,
stupid, but also, you know, we gotta fight. We gotta make things better all around, both inside our organizations and outside. And we will fight that fight.
And the only way you get things done through organization is harmony. Like if you've got, I know a lot of us don't like hierarchy, and a lot of us really hate, especially unjust hierarchy, but a lot of these clubs are ran with boards and directors and people sitting in chairs that are elected to terms and stuff, because otherwise you have a chaotic chorus of, you know, and hundreds of people in our club's terms all saying different things, and it grinds to a halt because there's no centralized way of getting things pushed forward. But everyone's voice is heard and needs to be heard, and then it goes up to the people that make the decisions.
I've got another question here in chat. What's a good way to try to push a change in messaging? The DNC seems hopeless with that.
That is going to be ground up. That's going to be local up. Again, show up to your Democratic Party meetings. Show up to your Democratic clubs. Now, I should say that the SDDC is a Democratic club. We're not like the DNC. We're not like an official DNC party type group. We're just a club. There is an actual like Ohio Democratic Party and their individual groups and stuff like that. That is going to be going to your local Democratic Party meetings and bringing up, hey, I think we have a messaging problem. And I would suggest before you bring it up that you show up to meetings, you show up to a couple meetings, and you start to talk to people and start to build like a little coalition, so to speak, with people and say, hey, I want to bring up this communication strategy type change at whatever meeting. Are you willing to back me up on that? And, do that. Like, for example, hey, stop blaming trans people for Kamala losing the election. Show up and see how many people agree that that's absolutely nonsense and are willing to say, hey, at the next meeting, we need to put on the agenda a different communications policy that says, like, hey, yeah, we don't blame trans people for losing the election, by the way. Like, I don't know, stupid example probably, but like, you need to show up to the meetings and feel like a broken record.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is kind of crazy how much of this really does just boil down to the nuts and bolts of organizing and is just putting a bunch of people in the same room over and over and over again until they like agree and like coordinate their activities outside of that room. It's really just you show up in the room, whether on a computer screen or in person, talk with people and get things done. If enough of you meet in that room and agree to make fetch happen, it will happen.
Yes.
Yep.
It will. Like, I am living proof. I'm sitting on the board because I showed up.
Yep.
Because I talked to people. Because I demanded to be heard. And because I spoke and I was at the table. And I made people unable to ignore me. And the candidate called me first for the position. I don't think I deserve it. I don't know if I do or if I don't. But I'm going to do my damnedest.
You do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it's the same for the rest of you. Just, I know you are all sick and tired of hearing. I know Jack is sick and tired of saying it. Show up, please. And show up can be call, text, email, online, virtual. Show up to the physical meetings. It could be all of those things. You just have to start. And I guess to tangent real quick, one of my friends who's trans and dealing with a lot, she asked me the other day, how do we fight? How do you fight? How did you fight? And all I could say was, hun, I just did. I don't have answers. I don't have a strategy. This isn't Stellaris. Like, this isn't Command and Conquer, right? This isn't StarCraft. I don't have the optimal Zerg rush, APM tech tree layout to Zerg rush and win against the Terran player in 5 minutes. That's showing my age there, I guess, whatever. But, like, we just do. I really wish there was some wisdom or plan, or you need to do this, and this, and you win.
And
it doesn't exist.
Maybe the closest you can get to it is that by showing up, you will gain access to opportunities, and when those opportunities come knocking, say yes.
Yes.
That's the strat. It's not complicated.
Yeah, well, yeah, and again, like just like with me, like Rose knocked on my door, I opened it. And then said she was looking for volunteers, and I said, I'll volunteer. And then, hey, I need you to come help me at this thing. Yes. And hey, will you come help me at this thing? Yes. And yes, and yes, and yes. And then, hey, I'm taking over. I want you with me on this new thing. Will you join me? Yes, I will. All because I opened the door and talked to her. And showed up at the meetings. I
think that's a really excellent note to end on.
I agree.
And I thank you for giving us so much of your time tonight. I really appreciate it. I know a lot of people watching appreciate it. And thank you for all of the work you're doing. I know, like, as a trans person who puts themselves out there constantly, I recognize how hard that is, and I just want you to know you have all of my respect and admiration, because it's a hard thing to decide to do in media and in politics, and you are doing it even though it is so goddamn difficult.
It is, and
And
you are too.
but I appreciate that you're going out there and you're making a change that you want to see, and
Trying.
you're doing.
Thank you.
That's the marvelous thing you're doing.
I am, and hey, so are you, by the way. For the last 4 years, so are you.
Thank
So
you.
I know. Sorry, if you all want to learn how to speak trans girl, this is how I'm gonna end my section of the stream. Tee hee, giggle, giggle, ooh woo. No, you, Jack, or and you.
True.
All right,
So
thank you.
true, Queen.
So true, Slay. All right, bye.
You have a good one.
You
Bye.
too. Bye.
Ah, Lady Raincloud, what an absolute delight. I always love talking to her. Kira is such a gem. How I loved that conversation a lot. You know, I like when not just one person yells at all of you to go out and do something and show up to meetings and do the hard work of organizing. I love when two people get to do that. It's amazing. Um and folks, if you need help in our community getting involved with your local DSA, you can join riverboat.gg /Discord. You'll join our Discord, and then you can just shoot a message over to Gamergy, and she will be happy to walk you through the process of joining DSA. And if you are interested in getting involved in your local Democratic Party, but you're struggling, you're having difficulty, join the Discord and reach out to Dragonfly, because Dragonfly is involved in the Democratic Party and can help you get involved in yours and show you the ropes a little bit. So if you are someone that this conversation resonated with, those are two things you can do. Join DSA to put pressure on the outside and inside of the Dems, but then join the Dems so that you can be even more effective agitating on the inside for positive political change. We can do the thing. You know, like I just have to point out here that Kira told us about there were two people running this part of the Democratic Party. Two people. Do you understand? Like by getting involved in a group like that, in your local group, you in fact can be 33% of the local Democratic power. That's crazy. The amount of power and opportunity you can wield by getting involved. And if you grab a couple friends and they grab a couple friends, you guys, we can run this show. We can do this thing. And agitate on the inside and the outside. Do your best, because we need our best. Do it. I've been at so many political meetings that are so small you could nab a position of power by default. Honestly, yeah. Like, there are so many positions in our local communities that need people that, like, honestly, if you show up, you have a decent shot of, like, suddenly being your local candidate for school board. Suddenly being, like, your local candidate for insert a number of different positions. That's how few people get involved. Dragonfly sits on the chair of her local Dems, and that's why she's the chair. Just show up. So that's all I gotta say. Thank you so much to Lady RainCloud for giving her so much for giving so much of her time to us tonight. I really, really appreciate it. We did it. We made it through. We did a segment, everybody. How about them apples, huh? Now that the interview's over, I need to address your wanton butchering of my culture. So the Hajj in Blahaj is pronounced more like hi, like a softer version of yes in Japanese. I know. I know. It's kind of like how there is a piece of art behind me right there from the video game Ico. And I know it's supposed to be pronounced Eco, but I refuse to pronounce it that way because I am an American and I'll be wrong on purpose sometimes. Now, folks, if you enjoyed that conversation, we have been going for over 2 hours. So if you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos because your support is the only thing that makes this show possible. And I think that so far the only person to support stream today has been Simric and Paladin Lost over on Twitch. Ho ho ho. So thank you for supporting the stream, you two. I really appreciate it. Oh, wait, nope. One-Eyed Heathen and Brutus Magnuson. Sorry. Thank you for your super chats during the conversation. I just saw them. Thank you so much. Oof. It's a bit weird when I turn off the dono alerts and then I just don't hear them. Good night, One-Eyed Heathen. Oh, it's okay, LadyRainCloud. Let's see here. Do we got any Oilers in chat? Oil for the stream gods. Are working on starting 2 new DSA chapters. Do you know how much work that is? We're doing the work. Hell yeah. My local DSA is filled with tankies who engage in BS drama farming and deflecting allegations rather than participating in politics, and I do not want to be in that environment, and we don't really have any other local groups for that stuff in the Democratic side. I bet GamerG could help you out there. Whew. Hello, I'm Calm. Hello, Forlorn79. I said hello to you earlier. Hello, Hydrogen. Hello, Internet Etiquette. Hello, Syrian. No more riding in the riverboat. It's true, Two Dad Smoochin'. If only we could sail the seas on gay energy alone. Hydrogen and oxygen together. What? God damn it. Why are we helloing? Because I'm saying hello to people in chat. Because I haven't been responsive to chat because I've been doing an interview. If everyone that complained actually organized, we'd be in a much different America. True! Which is why I constantly harp on you guys to get involved. Can someone explain shimp? No, because shimping ain't easy.
There Will Be Blood is the oiliest interpretation of Seven Samurai.
It's true.
How can we all have died at the same time?
In America, shimp explains you. Yo, Ashley!
Let's get the BWA started.
Kicking off some of that BWA energy. You know, I think... What's that? I think I'm hearing a dono ghost.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
Getting back some of the UOP I lost back in November. I think I will choose to fight instead of flee. Though I may still flee internally to a city like Seattle, which a fake is a good one for trans P.
Yeah, honestly, Periwinkle, that's going to be one of the easier things to do. That's why we've been setting up transportation, emergency transportation networks in our Discord, stuff like that, in case people need to move across the country for internal safety. Because there are going to be some states that are going to get hit worse by anti-trans radicalism than others, you know. And so if you need to move about inside the country, that's going to be much more doable than trying to flee the country entirely. That one takes a lot of money. A lot more money than moving internally. But thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Also, I'm going to turn down the dono ghost music. It's a bit loud.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat.
There we go.
And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
Summon the dono ghost!
Oh, it's the Dono Ghost.
Oh no, it's the dono ghost! Winby, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs! Screech, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. This song slaps. It's a Jazz Dog original. Jazz Dog is very talented. Dropping some fucking Undertale level tracks every day. Still waiting for the looking for a man in finance edit. Yeah, it's fair. I'm looking for a man in finance with a trust fund. 6'5", blue eyes. John Bogardus, thank you for the $2 super chat. Because guess what? It's dangerous to go alone. Thank you so much. Pluvius!
Beef's so sick, the MAGA cult wants to give him ivermectin.
True! Thank you for the $5 dono, Pluvius. Y'all! Let's go! Simric, thank you for being a member on YouTube for 2 months. So it's free for 2 months, so have some positive vibes. Hell yeah! Let's go! Guys, thank you for supporting stream. I could not do it without you guys. Literally, you are the only reason this stream is possible. Thank you so goddamn much. Let's see here. 11:30. What do we have time to cover today? What do I have the spoons to cover today? That's a good question. I'm gonna axe that story, because that is far too heavy. Okay. Let's see. Also very heavy. Oh, I don't have, I can't deal with too much dipshittery today. I can deal with this though. I can deal with these things. This is what I can do today. Okay. There we go. Now we'll even cover this. Curating a show in real time for your viewing pleasure, chat. Okay, this is what I got in me today. Which is, to be fair, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments. So I am axing a lot of segments, but not like all of them. Like the DVD extras included for free? True! Did I already cover that first House bill of the session is a trans ban to ban trans women in sports? I'll talk about that on a new day when I have spoons, but I feel like talking about, you know, trans women getting into politics and like putting themselves out there in the face of like the overwhelming conservative machine that has been arrayed against us. I feel like that's enough, and tomorrow I'll deal with darker issues, I think. Yeah, when I got the spoons. Yeah. Didn't get a notification. I'm late as fuck. It's true. You missed the first segment. But that's okay. We'll work with that. All right. On that note, let us begin. Gotta hit a button. Hello, folks. Welcome. You might be asking yourselves, what am I supposed to do? I don't understand what's happening. Why are you dressed in a wizard robe? Why are there torches burning on the walls? What is this strange set of miniatures built before me? Why do I have a piece of paper labeled character sheet in front of me? And the answer to that, my friend, is that roll for initiative, because you are under attack for your not race. That's right, a very clumsy lead-in to a very silly story. Here we go, everybody. That's right, we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons. Because apparently the fascists have things they want to say about how they feel strongly about Dungeons and Dragons. And, you know, that's my jam. I like Dungeons and Dragons. I've been playing it for a long time now. And if you want to listen to one of my actual play D&D podcasts that I put together a long ass time ago, you can look up my old podcast, The Best Games Period, and listen to a subsection of that called Dragon Guard, which is a very fun set of live play Dungeons and Dragons. You should go check it out. I like it. I put a lot of effort into producing it. You should check it out. But that was like a decade ago. Anyway, what's going on with the fashion D&D, you ask? Well, they're very, very, very mad that Dungeons and Dragons has decided that instead of races, they're going to have different character options based upon species, which makes so much more sense than anything they've ever done. And you know what? Let's just hear it from the lips of Robbie Starbuck from The Hill.
The woke arm.
Dude, are you serious right now? Are you? Why does he look like this? That was the most maniacal intro to this I could have imagined. I have not watched this yet. I just know who this guy is and how he thinks. And that was incredible. Yeah, what's the evil version of Blue Steel? Is he the Sith version of Zoolander?
The woke army is deciding to conquer new lands, and unfortunately, the great game of Dungeons and Dragons is a victim. Instead of having character races, we now have species and
Can you, guy, I need to stop. Can you imagine being such a dork that you are, but you're a conservative dork, right? And you're really into Dungeons and Dragons, but like your conservative worldview, while you're playing through a land of magic and imagination and dragons, and you're like, but the thing that really breaks my immersion is when we talk about two different types of creatures as being different species instead of being different races. And it's like, no, them being different species makes sense. One of them is like 8 feet tall and green. Yeah, I think maybe it might not be a human. I'm just throwing that idea out there. I think maybe when you look at a character that looks like fucking Shrek from the movie Shrek, your initial thought isn't, oh man, that's a different race of human being right there. No. They're a different creature. They're a different species. It makes sense.
Certain character traits are no longer tied to that identity. The Dungeons & Dragons publisher supports a trend, lets people stop the game if they feel uncomfortable or unsafe.
That's how D&D could always work. I've seen games get stopped because people were on their phones or needed to get another pizza roll. What do you... Oh, you know what? I think it's a pretty good reason to stop playing a game if someone's feeling not good about it. You know, I've read enough green text stories of games of tabletop varieties getting really weird, okay? You all know you've seen a story like that. Okay, there are absolutely weirdos out there who will run tabletop games and insert their barely concealed fetish into it. And that's weird. It makes people uncomfortable and they want to stop playing. And frankly, they should just stop playing and go home, because that sucks when that happens.
A high elf isn't automatically smart, and a mountain elf isn't automatically muscular.
Yeah. One of the best things I ever threw into a tabletop game when I was DMing it was a goblin that was just insanely hot. The hottest goblin. Charisma coming out his ears, getting laid left and right. Okay, he was the suavest motherfucker in town. And you know what? My players loved him. They loved him. Maybe a bit too much.
Dungeons & Dragons master Ryan Lessard told the New York Times why he thought D&D made these changes. What they're trying to do here is put up a signal flare not only to current players but potential future players that this game is safe and inclusive and thoughtful and sensitive approach to fantasy storytelling. Dungeons & Dragons made these changes back in the fall.
They didn't make the changes. You could always do those things, though. Nothing. It's a game about imagining things. It takes place in the theater of the mind. You could always change them the same way your DM could always just throw a third dragon into the mix. Oh, did you cast the wish spell? Oh, did you get everything you wished for, but with a twist? Fine.
Many fans of the game are not happy with the changes. How much is Hasbro? Elon Musk wrote back in November. Hasbro, of course, being the Dungeons & Dragons toy maker. Internet personality Mario Nawfal broke down how he thinks
The Hill is such a garbage outlet for putting this story out.
Dragons publisher went woke. It started with banning classic Magic the Gathering cards like Jihad and Crusade for offensive depictions. They also scrubbed lore across Dungeons & Dragons to eliminate so-called problematic content like evil races.
You still have that in the lore. The thing that they scrubbed was basically just saying, well, some of these people aren't completely evil. You know, I can't help but note that, for example, Dark Elves in Dungeons and Dragons, famous for being universally evil for a very long time, didn't recently have that scrubbed away from them because of a series of books called The Legend of Drizzt. I'm probably not even pronouncing that right. About a dark elf who's not completely evil. You know, it makes it more interesting when the perception of a group is that they are evil, but that perception is not backed up necessarily by the reality. You know, that makes it actually more interesting as a concept.
Fast forward to today, and Wizards of the Coast is firmly planted in woke territory. But at what cost?
Yeah, what do you mean? A bunch of nerds who like to hang out and play imagination games and like make art and obsess about like art direction of like their miniatures and like come up with creative and wonderful and fantastic worlds to adventure in with their friends. You mean those people might value treating others with respect and, you know, not being dicks to them? That's crazy. You mean what do you mean that these D&D players aren't like donning Ku Klux Klan hoods after they finish? What are you talking about?
Elon, make D&D great again.
Podcaster Ian Miles Chong also jumped in, writing, Dungeons & Dragons is being destroyed.
Podcaster Ian Miles Chong. Fuck, we live in the dumbest timeline.
Destroyed by a bunch of woke pigs who are using the license as a platform to spread the woke mind virus and trash its original creators.
Okay, my response to this is that someone needs to use Ian Miles Chong's thesis here as a D&D thing because it would be funny. This should be the premise of a D&D campaign. You know, there's an evil necromancer spreading the woke mind virus, and people are just becoming too nice to each other. You know, you know that there you go. That would be fun.
Okay, so there's a lot of
I cast level 9 mind virus. Now he needs to use my pronouns.
Fucking pronouns. Drama in these comments, and I'm sure on occasion your eyes roll and mine do as well when people say that wokeness is destroying this, that, or the other.
Also, is it just me, or did the Hills lighting get significantly worse?
Anytime someone uses the phrase woke mind virus,
Yes.
by default I end up on the woke side.
But as regular viewers of Rising know, I am an ardent player of Dungeons & Dragons. I have been described by Spectator magazine as DC's in-demand dungeon master.
I need someone in Washington D.C. I need the people in DC circles. Whatever pull, whatever influence I have, I need the people I know and the people who are in DC to get me someone who has played Robbie's D&D campaign, because I want to know what the hell his setting's like. What is he what's he rolling? What are the themes of his narrative? I want to know. I'm curious. I want to know, like, what is his dungeon master thesis? Like, what is the world he's building here? Because I've built numerous D&D settings and worlds that have, I think, a lot of really fun ideas being played around with in them, and one of which I've been working on with LadyRainCloud for a while. But I want to know, what's Robbie's unwoke D&D like? Is he just directly doing the racism and just being like, okay, so obviously high elves are Asians, and obviously, you know, we have to have some real life allegories here, one-to-one comparisons between races in D&D and races in the real world. That's why they use the term race. So, like, you know, obviously default humans are white. And you know, maybe the dragons are Jewish. You know, they're Jewish. And you know what, let's also do some slavery. Yeah, let's have a lot of slavery in my setting. You know, just like just getting weird. I want to know what weird vibes he's got. You know? I want to know so badly. Jack, you're slipping into a Ben Shapiro accent? Yeah, because it would basically be as bad as you can imagine a fictional Ben Shapiro D&D game being, right? Like we've read Ben Shapiro's fiction prologue, and it's bad. It's really bad, and trying to extrapolate that into a D&D world is painful. And I have to imagine this is worse.
Several groups that have been going on for years, so I play a lot of this game. So they've released a new instruction manual guide, which you are free to use or not use. The thing about D&D...
Okay, nope, I'm calling it bullshit. Sorry, he is not the premier DM of DC when he doesn't know what the DM, what the Dungeon Master's manual is. The instruction manual for DMs. Bullshit, you play D&D. You Dungeon Master's guide. Come on! The instruction manual? It's the monster manual! The player's handbook! The Dungeon Master's guide! It's like he doesn't even know the basic terminology!
Is it's a creative, you don't have to literally follow, they provide a framework and you can play their stories, their rules, their characters, or you can use that as a jump.
Yeah, it's almost like you can make anything the fuck up because it's an imagination game, yeah.
Off point to make your own, which is mostly what I do. My adventures take place in my own, in the Robbieverse.
Please. I have never wanted anything more in this life. God, if you're there, please provide me the setting of the Robbieverse. I need to know. I need to know what the political factions are. I need to know what the continent is like. Okay? If it's in a country, I want to know what the history of that country is. Please, I want to know anything about this world that I can, because he called it the Dungeon Master Instruction Manual and the Robbieverse, and I need to know what this man bastardized Dungeons and Dragons into in order to fit his fascist ideology. I need to know. Thank you, God.
Said, these new materials are in fact getting a little PC and sanitized in a way that does actually bother me, and even bothers people who roll.
Okay, in what way? What did you have before that you no longer have and miss? Do you want, like, I don't know, the Dungeon Master's Guide to be full of, like, I don't know, tortured, enslaved women? Like, what do you want? I'm genuinely confused what you want here.
Their eyes even more at this kind of thing. We're like, oh yeah, there is something to this criticism. Let's take the orcs, for instance. Do you know what orcs are? Have you seen Lord of the Rings or something?
Along the broad swathe of topics that we discuss, I always try to know a reasonable amount, and I know nothing about Dungeons and Dragons beyond its name. Yeah, so explain to me the orcs.
You know, orcs from the Lord of the Rings. Orcs are kind of, you know, foot soldiers of evil Dark Lord type people. They're ugly, they're brutish, they're warlike.
Right.
No, they don't have to be that. They don't have to be any of those things. That's such a, like, the way you have universalized this concept of orcs is weird.
And you can, so they're cannon fodder for the good guys. Okay. But you can also play as, at some point they said, well, if you want to play the bad guys, that'd be fun. And so they have characteristics associated with that group. So when you're picking your own character, you could be an elf, you could be a dwarf, you could be a gnome, you can be an orc. And then
yeah, which also means you can be a good orc. You don't have to be an evil orc, which means that, like, they have more agency than what you're giving them credit for, even in the framework you are providing that is supposed to make them seem like they should only be evil, you know, cannon fodder. This artwork is what made people mad? What is this? Oh, is this artwork from like the new like edition? This looks fun. Like an orc tribe. This is cool. Look at them doing orky things. Like, the idea that they should only be miserable, slobbering animals is kind of weird, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like if you're thirsting for that and you want to put like a race, like a group of people, because orcs in D&D are a people, that's really indicating a way you view the world, right? Like, it's really indicating here that you view some groups of people as less than human. This is cool, though. I like it.
The game used to tell you, yeah, orcs are warlike and brutish and worship their dark lord and are...
And guess what? You can still do that. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. If that's what you really want, you can still play a D&D game that way.
Enslaved to the mind of Groomsh, the one-eyed god, and that kind of thing. But they decided that was offensive, and now in the new guy, it's like...
Yeah, well, it's kind of offensive in the same way that, like, you know, saying, like, all of X group of people is evil would be offensive in the real world. You know, like, people looked at that in fiction and said, yeah, actually, that is kind of fucked up. You know, like, even Tolkien, who these conservative types revere Tolkien, even Tolkien was, like, deeply uncomfortable with the idea that he had created a setting where orcs were like irredeemable monstrosities. And so, like, in a lot of his writings on like the nature of orcs in Lord of the Rings, he talked about like how, yeah, actually conceptually you could have a good orc. Conceptually that could exist. And like, that's pretty cool. I think that's neat. I like that idea. I feel like orcs haven't been always chaotic evil for a long time. Yeah, probably since like 2nd edition. Well, Simric, orcs in Tolkien's Lord of the Rings are more complicated than fallen elves. Orcs are like, they were like abducted by you know, the big bad, not Sauron, his boss, I forget his name, were abducted and like tortured and desecrated for thousands of years to make them something other than elves or men. Morgoth, thank you. So like, they're not elves, they're not men, they've been turned into something else. But the idea that Tolkien had was that, like, despite that type of magical meddling, you could still have one turn out to be good. Because nothing, even in Tolkien's world, is wholly evil.
Well, orcs like to wander. They like to travel. Do you know what I mean? It's just stripping it of some of its flavor.
Yeah,
and again,
no, it's making it more complicated. Like, if you add to the history of this people, right? Like, if we wanted to make something really simple, stripped down, and stupid, we could just say, yeah, everyone of this group is evil. But is that interesting for storytelling purposes, really? Or is it way more interesting to talk about how this one group is associated with, this fell god that has designs upon the mortal plane. But, they are, enforced in a kind of oppressive theocracy to assist and support this fell god and its designs upon the world. And the methods of that oppression lead them to have this, this perception by people outside of their society that they are all wholly on board. But when you start to get a little closer to the problem, it turns out there's like an underground resistance against the worship of this deity. And there's but they're having to deal with their own quiet war against a sect of secret inquisitor-like police. And like, that's suddenly way more interesting, isn't it? That's suddenly you have different factions. You have different perceptions that are getting undermined in interesting ways, right? Like, you can do more things with that. You are putting more things in the hands of your players to play around with and like build alliances with. That's interesting. That's fun. That's the heart of this. It's not interesting if they're just all evil, period. Now, you can introduce elements of that for sure. Like, for example, in D&D, devils are, aligned with certain ideologies, and they come from Avernus, or from the Nine Hells, and they have different rules. They have a legal system, and they align themselves with evil, but they follow rules, right? On the other hand, if you just want something that's evil, you have chaotic evil demons, and they do not have rules. They just want to kill and create chaos. And so if you want creatures like that, you can get them in D&D, but player characters, are generally, indicated to have certain amounts of intelligence, empathy, ability to connect and with others, because that's kind of the basic spirit and ethos of the game. And if you don't have that, like, your campaign just won't work. And so, like, yeah, player characters can be good, they can be evil, they can be neutral, but they have to be able to work with other people. And if they're just, mindless monsters or just that's not interesting. I don't know. Like, is what I'm saying making sense to you guys? Maybe not evil, just completely alien. Well, that's creatures from the far plane. They are inscrutable and could be evil, they could be good, but they are just completely unpredictable.
And you could take the old, for instance, in my campaign setting, I had a hotel that is staffed by reformed orcs.
God heard my prayer. God heard my prayer. Thank Jesus. Okay, so in his setting, he has a hotel staffed by reformed orcs.
Because that's funny, and that, is an opportunity for comedy and comedic portrayals.
Okay, but in your point of comedy, you have shown that not all of the orcs are evil. If you can reform them, Robbie, then they're not all evil, are they, Robbie? Woke setting, using it for comedy, undermining the lore, woke.
But it's still the fact that the race is warlike is what supplies the comedy for then having orcs that don't play into that stereotype.
But you can have creatures, you can have a society that's warlike and not evil. That's a thing you can have. You could do like kind of a Klingon thing, right? If we're talking about, a warlike society, a good go-to in fiction would be like the Klingons, right? Like, Klingons, very warlike, but they also have very strong ideas of honor. And so they constrain themselves, they restrain themselves with these honor codes in order to be able to participate in a kind of society. And like, that's interesting. That's cool. But then there are different interpretations of what honor means, and the way that the different characters who are Klingon kind of navigate this makes it interesting. There are different factions aligned with different conceptions of honor. That's cool. But when you're just like, well, they're evil, well, that's not interesting.
Is it true? So I was doing my due diligence on D&D, and I was reading up about this. Now, is it true?
Yeah, a lawful evil character. Well, a lawful evil character can still be honorable. Not always is. A good example of this it would have been I played a character in a D&D campaign who was a lawful evil fighter, and he had, unbeknownst to the rest of the party, long before beginning to adventure with them, made a deal with a devil because he was like the fourth son of a family, that he in order to save his own life, gave up the lives of everyone in his house at the time. So basically, his entire house and lineage got wiped out, except for him and one of his brothers who was not there at the time. And because he screwed up this demon summoning ritual, the demon kind of toys with him and basically is like, well, if you feed me, or the devil, if you feed me like one soul a month, I will allow you to continue your life. And so he's effectively a serial killer for this demon. And he justifies it by saying his life is inherently more valuable than the people he kills, right? And so, like, people throughout our campaign would just go missing. But otherwise, my character was very honorable, very upstanding, but then would slip off quietly to assassinate different PCs that we had met in not PCs, NPCs that we'd met in the past. Not quite a Dexter type, because he definitely killed people out of desperation at times. Like, sometimes there's not a bad person to sacrifice to your devil overlord. You gotta, sometimes people just wound up dead. Oh no. But I don't know, I tried to make it interesting.
True that orcs have been sort of memified sometimes in racially dubious ways.
I mean, I
guess. Oh, well, that kind of response indicates to me that Robbie, that a lot of people started associating orcs with black people. And that increasingly strong association is one of the driving reasons why Wizards of the Coast made this change to their text. Right? Like, that association is literally why. And he's aware of it because he's making that face and he's agreeing, but he's gonna say but.
I don't think D&D has done this. I mean, certainly...
I don't think D&D has done this. Yeah, but D&D exists in that context and has some degree of agency over that public conversation. So they changed the language of their game in order to make it clear that they don't want players associating orcs with black people. Like that, it's literally like the bare minimum they could possibly do.
In people have made criticisms of Tolkien, of the Lord of the Rings, for how the orcs are saying, or the orcs supposed to be a stand-in for some kind of minority group, or for Jewish people, or for black people, whatever. Tolkien always said no, absolutely not, and he did himself.
Tolkien also said none of his work was an allegory for anything, and that hasn't stopped people from saying it is.
Grapple with this kind, what it would mean to after the fall of the Dark Lord. What happens to them? Do they disintegrate into dust? Do they get reformed? Are they still around? And he actually did show them with personalities in the Lord.
Really, really fun thing. In case you guys didn't know, Tolkien actually had the outline of a rough draft for a sequel to Lord of the Rings that takes place like a couple hundred years after like Lord of the Rings finishes, and it's about kind of this necromancer rising up and the possible like reemergence of orcs, and it was from what I've seen of it, it's pretty interesting, right? But he doesn't really want to talk about that, I guess.
Lord of the Rings books, there are factions of orcs that are there are Sauron's orcs and there are Saruman's orcs, and they don't have the same agenda. So they've always been a little bit more complicated.
It's really interesting to me that Robbie is continuing to talk about orcs in Lord of the Rings instead of orcs in Dungeons and Dragons. Like that's weird, right? Because like orcs in D&D and orcs in Lord of the Rings are not the same kinds of orcs. The same way that elves in Lord of the Rings and elves in, say, Pillars of Eternity are not the same thing. In Pillars of Eternity, that role-playing universe, elves are like horrible cannibalistic monsters that can like eat your brain and see your memories. And that's useful sometimes, but like that's pretty horrifying, and people are somewhat justifiably freaked out by that tendency. And like that's a cool, interesting thing. But to say that, oh well, elves are just always the same thing, no, they're not. They're not. Was that Divinity Original Sin? Am I mixing up my settings? Jack telling us about your PC has been the sole redeeming factor in this story for me. I think I do a good job running D&D games and playing D&D characters. In one of my settings, I had like this eternal sand sea, which was just like this magical ocean of sand where the sand behaved like water. It was fun. You either had to take very specific paths to get through it, or you had to like take specialized craft that only worked on the sand sea. It was fun stuff. Fun stuff. That same setting also had a different area of the continent that was basically embroiled in its own Vietnam between this kind of hegemonic imperial power and collection of anarcho city states, and it was pretty fun. I enjoyed that setting a lot.
And then that, but here there's no attempt to associate them with any race or anything like that. But the whole part of the game,
it was called a race. What are you talking about?
Game is having characteristics that are characteristic of a group, because you have your racial group, and then you have a class. Are you a ranger? Are you a bard? Are you a paladin? Those kinds of things. So you take those sets of factors together to make your character. So it just is part of the game that, well, the dwarves are shorter than the elves, and they don't live.
Yeah, another way of saying that would be like they have different species characteristics. That's the only thing, as far as I know, that got changed in the wording around this is that they stopped calling them character races and started calling them character species. They still convey the same generalized meaning without the connotations of race.
Live as long, but they have advantages in other ways. So if you're getting rid of, if you're sort of like deleting the whole concept of the game, if you're just saying, well, we can't assign any characteristics to a group because that would be
that's not what they did.
Offensive?
Yeah. No, I do.
That starts to defy human reality. Like, most of the professional basketball players are black. Because
Man, Robbie about to start talking about how black people are naturally superior at basketball, huh? I wonder what other things he thinks about people of different races in the real world. Because, you know, like, remember when he made that face about orcs being associated with black people? I think we discovered why he made that face and seemed like he understood what that meant and kind of conceded the point, because he's just sprinting full speed into this brick wall.
Because they're taller or better at the sport on average. Like, it's not...
Dude, he's literally just saying black people are naturally better at basketball. Holy shit, dog.
It's just true. I mean, it's just true. I mean, what do you say?
I mean, I don't know. Is that...
How are you not immediately calling him out on that, man? Logan Hill, thank you for the $2 super chat.
Is it true that, I mean, I thought you were going to say most of the professional basketball players are above 6 feet tall or whatever, which
his co-host is literally flabbergasted. Holy moly. He's like, I thought you were just going to say most basketball players are really tall, man. What the fuck are you going on about?
Is like, that seems legitimate, but we're saying that black people are intrinsically better at basketball?
Jesus Christ, this is so much worse than I thought it was going to be. And I thought it was going to be silly bad, but this is like genuinely terrible. But yeah, like, guys, calling them species is what makes the most sense. Like, here, D&D, okay, just real quick here, okay? I'm gonna find here. Okay, here is an example of like what you can do in D&D. All right, here we'll bring this up. Thank you to whoever made this on Reddit. Okay, we're gonna start here. Okay, so this is a height chart of different playable, you know, species in D&D. I'm gonna say species. I might screw it up because I've played D&D for a long time, but these are all the playable species in D&D, or at least a large chunk of them. And I think you'll see why it makes sense to call them species rather than races, because starting number 1, this is a kobold. It's a little dragon creature, and it's 2.5 feet tall. And like, I'm sorry, if you look at this, you're like, that's a race of human. No, it's very clearly a different species. And oh, a halfling, you know, 3 feet tall. Yeah, we got gnomes, we've got goblins, we've got dwarves, we've got Kenku. Look at this adorable little fellow over here. Kenku are just straight up bird people. Okay. We got tritons. They're fish people and they live under the ocean. They can breathe water. We've got half-elves, we've got elves, we've got humans, we've got tieflings, demon creatures. We've got Aasimar, like demigod characters. We've got snake people. We've got hobgoblins, which despite the name, I guess are not goblins. Very hard to understand. Yeah, this is just another race of guy right here. It's just another human race over here. No! They're different species! It makes sense! That's a hot cat lady, though. You get all the way over here, you get the fearbulgs. They're just like, what the fuck are you? Are you a Goliath? Are you 10 feet tall and look like you got chiseled out of a mountain? I guess Robbie just, you know, has those characters in his game and is just like, these are all human beings. No, they're clearly different species. That's why some of them, I'm not going into that can of worms. You can't make me. Anyway.
At the elite level of play, wouldn't you make that observation?
Holy shit, he's doubling down on black people are naturally better at basketball.
I mean,
what species is that cat lady? Tabaxi.
That gets into kind of complicated.
One of my in that campaign I played and ran and produced as an audio drama. We had a Tabaxi character in it called Scratch Mangy, played by my friend Marcus, and absolutely legendary character who talked like a WWE wrestler. he was great. I still remember that character so fondly.
There is. Is that because it is a more commonly played game in the black community?
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. I've never really thought about this idea I've had about black people before, but I'm just gonna say it on this national news show.
It seems questionable to me to get into the whole thing of like just ascribing better superiority.
I mean, it's not like
groups.
Like superiority of the we're all equal as human beings, and but there are.
Dude, Robbie, unironically, if he said this on a real reputable news network, he'd be fired. This is so much worse than like than Megyn Kelly talking about how everyone knows Santa's white. This is so bad.
There's a sociobiological component to various. You know, there are advantages and disadvantages, and I don't know.
Yeah, separate from the whole, which is that's a kind of whole vexing question. This issue where they have made it that people playing D&D can state that they're uncomfortable or something, and that you.
I hope that this guy who's never played a game of D&D in his life points out correctly that like you were always able to point out that you were uncomfortable while playing D&D and stop playing, because that's always been true. And it's always been best practices for DMs to let players know that if they're uncomfortable, like they can let the DM know, because that's just responsible game management. You know, like before I start any of my campaigns, I ask my players, what are you comfortable seeing? What are you comfortable like engaging with? What type of content do you not want to see? What will not be fun for you? And you know, sometimes people are like, I don't want to kill any dogs. That would make me really sad. And I'm like, okay, no like wolf attacks, no dog killing, etc. Or like they'll be like, I don't want to do any violence or anything around children. I don't want that, especially like newborns. You know, people will say that, and it's like, okay, we don't have to do that. There are so many other ways you can construct a story that doesn't involve those things, right? And then it makes the game way more fun for everybody. Because guess what? It's also not fun as a DM when you trigger one of your players and they start having a really bad time.
You should take that under
it just seemed like a try to get trigger warnings or safe spaces or something.
Do you think it detracts from the game, though?
Well, I don't. If people are not having fun, you should stop or avoid.
Oh, so it does, yeah, so, like, it's actually a good thing for the Wizards of the Coasts to restate that if players aren't having fun, you should stop. Oh, so then what are you complaining about?
You should avoid situations where people are going to be uncomfortable. You have to, know who you're playing with or something like that. So I guess I wasn't so bothered by that, but I was bothered by the sanitized language in some of these descriptions.
Like what?
We're going to get to the point where everything just has to be animals because animals are not offensive and like animals have different characteristics and traits, and we've decided that this is something people in the gaming community talk about, how the theme for every game in the future will just be animals, because sports teams, it's just going to be animals.
No, people in the community don't talk about this. This is like your weird psycho-conservative corner of it, because guess what? I've played woke D&D before, and guess what? Characters get killed. That happens. Bad guys gonna do bad guy shit. But the thing that is important to do is not to then adopt a white supremacist framing for your game, where it's just like, yes, all of X group is just like that. That isn't actually the solution to your game.
Because we don't want to, can't associate with any group or make any kind of associations that offends everyone. We'll just be the penguins.
Well,
or the
in a
cheetahs,
different
or the
context.
frogs.
Isn't that one of the strengths, I guess, of something like Sesame Street for kids, which is that the Sesame Street characters generally,
speaking of woke propaganda,
are not making our children safe for another generation. But the Sesame Street characters are not generally identifiable with a particular race.
Are they not? Yeah, no, they're animals, and some of them aren't animals, but they're purple and blue.
Exactly.
And, although Sesame Street certainly grappled with racism and homelessness and things like that, progressive themes in a successful way for young people. I was never the biggest Sesame Street fan.
Oh my god. This man is getting weirdly triggered by Sesame Street. Are you fucking kidding me? Conservatives are such snowflakes, chat. Yeah, I mean, I guess, it helped teach kids not to be racist or whatever, but I was never really the biggest fan of Sesame Street. I was a very racist baby. I knew from a very early age that whenever I saw a black person, they were naturally more athletic and better at basketball than I was, even as a small babby. Jesus Christ, dude.
I like the Muppets, though.
Yeah.
Related. Love Miss Piggy. Yeah. Love her anger. Love her drama, the high drama.
When I was a young kid, I had a little Kermit puppet, but it was a very cheap knockoff, so he didn't actually resemble Kermit that closely.
Did they have to give him some different name in order
Probably. I'm sure they did, to avoid copyright infringement.
All right.
Man, that was a really weird way to sidestep the entire black people are naturally superior at sports statement that Robbie made.
Well, I don't know if I've sold you on playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Maybe I will check it out now that it is safe it's a safe space. Maybe I'll check it out.
Yes. Well, you're welcome to join my table anytime. That does it for us.
I don't really, just revisiting the one thing we learned about his setting.
Can you imagine how conservatives would react to Captain Planet today? Multiracial, multinational crew of youth fighting polluting corporate ghouls?
Yeah. Oh my god. This was so much more than I ever could have imagined it being. Gamer G, thank you for the $5 dono. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting stream. But like, I'm baffled, man. The one thing we learned about Robbie's setting, the one thing was that he has a hotel that is staffed, meaning that those are the people working there, with redeemed orcs. And like, that really seems to me like, I don't know, kind of like how you might watch an old black and white movie from the Jim Crow era and like all of the hotel staff are just black and they don't have any speaking lines in the movie. I don't know. Like, maybe that's an unfair assumption for me to make about his setting, but that's kind of the vibe he gave off there. Check the comments, please. Unsafe used to mean walking through a seedy street at night. Now it can mean being in a library with a book you don't like on the shelf. I hope they recognize male orcs for their experience pregnancy too. What? What is this? I'm all for being accommodating and empathetic, but if someone is so emotionally fragile that even the fictional attributes of fantasy characters offend them, it makes more sense for that individual to toughen up or move on rather than expecting the entire world to cater to arbitrary hypersensitivities, which is maybe the funniest thing someone could possibly have commented on this, because like, you're commenting about how angry you are about a couple words being changed in a D&D book. Like, I can't imagine anything more fragile in my entire life. Are these people stupid? Yes. Yes, they are. Oh boy, watching Niall have an allergic reaction to Robbie making a very obvious subjective observation about something that is not the least bit derogatory made my day. Yeah, because these people are white supremacists. Like, that's, yeah. White supremacists believe that, like, black people are naturally superior at sports, but naturally inferior when it comes to affairs of intellect. Like, that's part of what, like, how white supremacist ideology justified using black people as slaves. Like, this is... we're being flattering with our racist assumptions. So, like, what are you mad about? The fact that Robbie plays and knows the lore so well made me like him so much more. Newsflash, morons! Robbie didn't mention any part of D&D lore regarding orcs. Wait, correction? I think he got the orc god correct. I think he mentioned one orc god. Grumsh. And I just want to say that that is not the only orc god. God. I just, like, he mentioned one thing offhandedly about, like, orc culture. And everyone's like, yes, so true, King. You did it. You nailed it. Look at how much you know. It's like, you one thing. That was one thing. Can't you just make up lore? You can. That's, yes. It makes me really upset because I once ran a campaign that was predicated on the eternal war between Grumsh and Maglubiet, and like the idea of like a rampaging basically goblins in the lore of D&D, or at least the Forgotten Realms D&D, as far as I understand. The goblin deity, the original goblin deity, got like murdered and dismembered by Maglubiet, who's like the god of like cruelty and torture. And Maglubiet became the deity of goblins, right? But the premise of one of my campaigns, the overarching premise, was that the body parts of the old god were starting to come to some level of awareness and exert different levels of influence in like the material plane. And so there was a faction of goblins going around on a religious crusade to try and unite these different parts of goblindom and mass them kind of on the fringes of the world to wage a sort of Armageddon type war to overthrow their current god and to like restore their old one. And that had a lot of implications for the war that was happening in the afterlife of like those who worship Groomsh, because those who worship Groomsh kind of go to like a Valhalla like afterlife where they're fighting an eternal war. And so there was basically like a tremors throughout that was mostly felt in like mainstream society through like orc belief systems. And it was good. It was, you know, like I thought it was fun. So it's a little irritating to me to have Robbie like drop that and just kind of like okay, yeah, you think. Yeah, and like the interesting wrinkle there would be that kind of the goblin second coming wasn't so much a second coming because like their old god was still mostly dead. It's just that its different component parts had grown like consciousness and like agency, and so like there were different goblin figureheads. So it was like a religious war between these like demigod goblin figures that was playing out around the outskirts of the rest of society, but would ultimately grow to threaten the stability of like the entire world, because the more goblins that get together, the stronger they become. I don't know. I thought it was fun. Also, like, if you're offended by anything in my campaign, stick around longer and discover how offended you can be. It's like, how did these people have friends to play D&D? You know, like, have I offended you with my edginess? Have I triggered you? Well, why don't you hang around me some more? It's like, no, I'm an adult. I don't have to do that. Bye, loser. End of story. Close that chapter of your life. It's literally that easy. Ah, here we go. Nothing says high fantasy like stating your pronouns before entering battle.
Fucking pronouns!
Literally, like, they've made up their own concept here of what D&D is. It's actually kind of charming in, like, a sick way, you know? Dude, I'm so edgy, women won't even touch me. Oh, God. Yeah, no, exactly, Jem. Like, Maglubiet in the lore is basically like, its only reason for existence is torturing and like mentally crushing goblins. And like, if goblins don't worship it, it will exact retribution. So it's like this tyrannical force, and it alienates goblins from the rest of the world. And that's really interesting because it's not like they're inherently evil per se. It's more that the position they have been put in by the structure of the world and society is such that they are at the whims of a truly dark entity. And because of that, the world further ostracizes them for the, they encounter goblins and see them engaging in acts of seditious cruelty, sadistic cruelty, and they are like, well, I don't, these things are monsters. Also, Foxbat, excellent point. I am Gug, daughter of Priestess Uga. In the name of Orcus, my mace shall strike thee down. It's exactly what you expect in high fantasy, and it's essentially a statement of pronouns. True!
Fucking pronouns!
Sorry, it is just shimp change.
Hannah, thank you for the £4.99. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. And you know what? Your shimp change is what allows this stream to continue and function. So thank you very much for your support. I really appreciate it. Now, I gotta wrap this up, but like, I think maybe the best way to end this is on this last comment that I'm gonna read. I've got basic rule books, 2nd edition, 3rd edition. I don't need new rules. I need new players. And like, I think that about sums it all up, right? Like, this deep, abiding loneliness and desire to share this game with others while insisting upon being an asshole unnecessarily at every given opportunity. Like, if you want more players, maybe you should consider treating your players with respect. Just a thought. And maybe ditch the white supremacy while you're at it, huh? There you go. Nailed it. Nailed it! Okay, folks, we are 3.5 hours in. That took us a ridiculously long amount of time to cover, but I think it was worth it because I very, very, very much enjoyed it. Also, I'm gonna say something controversial, okay? 2 things. 1, Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition was good for new players. And 2, Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition had one of the best intro adventures of all time. Okay, there we go. Nailed it. I know a lot of people have feelings about 4th edition, but it was very good for a new player. Now, folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donuts because this show cannot be made without your support. I rely on you guys in order to feed myself, pay rent, have health insurance, all that fun stuff. So if you have been enjoying the show or getting anything out of it, please consider dropping those subs and donos, those memberships, those super chats. It all adds up and it all means the world to me. So thank you very much for allowing me to do what I do, folks. MCDM? Oh yeah, Matt Colville is great. I adore Matt Colville. We don't have the Saluti's emote? Oh no. I'll fix that. I'm sorry. I won't fix it right now, but I'll fix it tomorrow. I've had so much to do. I thought I had the Saluti's up there, but I think I only put them on the Discord. Only recently learned that David Duke used to be a congressman? Yeah. Yeah. Beep boop. Oh, God. So that was one segment, and that took an hour and a half. And I don't know if I have it in me to do 4 more. I think maybe I could do 1 more. But do we got any BWA energy? And I'm going to go use the bathroom. I would appreciate if you guys stick around. I'm getting a little bit disoriented, but I think I can do 1 more. All right, folks. BRB.
Over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming in the rest of the comes, but that's just come on. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus says, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come. That word come is universal in its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. Come. It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come. And it goes on and 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 on.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims for months to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your boast. They're looking at your anger, and they're moving. They're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Sweet Myths, thank you for letting me use your music. I appreciate it. And Jazz Dog, I appreciate you letting me use your music as well. And folks, I got one segment left in me, okay? I got one segment. So let's go. So, folks, there is a show called Valuetainment that is run by a man named Patrick Bet-David, who allegedly made a multi-level marketing scheme to defraud a bunch of people out of money. Allegedly. I don't know that for a fact. I've just been hearing that through the grapevine. He's very self-conscious about it. But that's not what I'm going to talk about today. What I'm going to talk about today is a clip from one of his recent shows where he has a guy on to explain why Luigi Mangione did what he did to that United Healthcare executive, allegedly. Now, I am merely a layperson, and I can't begin to tell you, what the complex psychology is that, motivates people to do things, generally speaking. But I feel like this is one of those cases where it's a fairly straightforward explanation. I can't imagine that it is a terribly complicated question, considering he has repeatedly explained his motives in written word, in verbalized statements, etc., etc., etc. So, let's find out. The title of this video is Why Luigi Mangione Snapped.
Tony Robbins. We have this kid, Luigi Mangione, okay? Current event.
Yes.
He comes out and he kills the CEO of United Healthcare, right? Yes. Brian Thompson. And I wonder for someone like you, how you process this. And I'm looking at my phone because I'm trying to find out one post. So you find a profile of this guy, they report, came from a wealthy family. Grandfather was a decamillionaire, 37 grandkids, they've all done well, attended a $40,000 a year private school, earned a bachelor's degree in computer science, 26, no criminal record, no behavioral flags, nothing. Clean slate, sharp dress, photogenic, vacations abroad, post-pop.
Yeah. How could someone like that with a horrific back injury be radicalized against our healthcare system?
College photos, looks like he's thriving, lands internships, builds a resume that screams success, spends the free time exploring AI, mushrooms, self-optimization trends, joins the professional world, follows a script. No sign of instability, just another rising star in tech, disappears from friends for 3 months. 3 months later, he kills United Healthcare CEO. Say the feds call you and they bring you in. They want to say, hey, can you tell us something? Here's everything here. What is Tony looking for patterns to prevent from the next guy from being a Luigi? And hey, if we could have done this, we could have prevented this from happening.
You know, it's pretty interesting that one of the key factors here is overlooked in this profile that is, supposedly pretty comprehensive here, when there's so much reporting on this. Like, it's not subtle. Luigi Mangione wrote online about a spine disorder. Other patients say it's hell. Spondylolisthesis? Ah, man, I butchered that. I'm so sorry. Or a slipped vertebrae can have devastating effects on the body, and the U.S. healthcare system often makes things worse. That's so interesting. Yeah, how could this guy have blamed the healthcare system? I don't understand it.
He could have still been here with his kids. We're not talking about their 32% denial rate. I'm not even talking about how, they don't, when it comes down to cases. What was the percentage? I think it's 32%, right, Rob, on what United Healthcare does. So we're not talking about that issue. What do you look for to prevent Luigi from doing what he did?
The story you told is not a complete story.
Okay.
What's missing is the time which they've been looking for him. His mother's not spoken to him in almost a year and a half. They've been trying to find him. The injury that he had, also what he was like in college, what actually happened.
Okay, look. I feel like these people can only have this like obtuseness because they haven't really dealt with pain and an uncaring insurance system. I know people who have been in extraordinarily crippling amounts of pain constantly, and the health insurance system has left them to rot and die, right? I can understand, just having witnessed that, how people could be radicalized by that pain to the point of wanting to take the life of someone they perceive as responsible for it. Not saying it's right, not saying it should be done, but I am saying I can understand that motivation very, very well. And so, like, for me, it's a pretty simple psychological thing happening here. It is, my pain is that guy's fault, because that guy runs the system that is responsible for perpetuating my pain. You know? Suck it,
The
Tanuki.
rich still suffer from the same shitty healthcare system as you do. I pay over $2,500 a month for health insurance that doesn't break even for reimbursement.
Damn, Sake Tanuki. Well, thank you for also adding a 5 tier 1 subs on top of that $2,500. I for one, as someone who also pays for health insurance, definitely appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, like I don't know, like I have been, I've mentioned this before on I've mentioned this before on stream, but I at one point in my life had an infected gallbladder, and it started creating gallstones. And it just happened randomly one day. And I later asked, the doctor, what did I do? Like, what could I have done? And he was just like, you couldn't have done anything. This just happens sometimes. And to this day, that is the greatest amount of pain I have ever felt in my life, because the stones were too big to get out of my gallbladder. And I remember not knowing what to do, but knowing I didn't want to call an ambulance. And so, and knowing, not only did I not want to call an ambulance, I didn't want to go to the emergency room because I was afraid of how much that would cost me. And so rather than call an ambulance or do anything like that, I decided I would wait until it was morning, because this happened to me in the middle of the night. And so I waited for, I think about 8 hours until the emergency room, or not emergency room, the urgent care opened. And I was literally writhing on the ground in agony, like on the ground, like kind of dry heaving and just like writhing on the ground in agony. And there are people that our healthcare system puts through that kind of pain on a regular basis, and because they have chronic conditions. And yeah, I can understand why someone would be radicalized by the pain of this system. Did you end up having your gallbladder removed? Yeah, I wound up going in, and the urgent care doctor was basically like, okay, yeah, so you're gonna need to go to the emergency room, and they're gonna get you into surgery as soon as possible.
2+ hours behind. The LadyRainCloud discussion was so helpful and informative. Please clip it. Hope the rest of the stream was great too. I'll catch up on the rest tomorrow. Night all.
Logan,
stay strong.
Logan Hill, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm glad you enjoyed that conversation, and it will definitely make its way up onto the YouTube soon. I'm going to be spending my day tomorrow editing clips, getting stuff up on YouTube, so don't you worry, that will definitely be up soon. Okay? But yeah, my gallbladder had to be removed entirely. So that sucks. I don't like having it not there. Most of the time it doesn't change my life, but sometimes it does in really not great ways. So, yeah. Anyway, very simple psychology at work here, in my opinion.
And after he went to prep school to college, where he became radicalized, it's very obvious, right? He hated.
What does the gallbladder even do? It creates like basically acid that helps break down food.
Capitalism. He was able to hate capitalism, think about this, because he never went through the process of having to earn. Everything was given to him. So he had everything he could ever dream of. So capitalism looks ugly to someone who's never tried to do it. There's these levels of spiritual development that you may be familiar with that Dr. Graves created back in the 60s when it looked like the world was coming apart. He actually saw a pattern in humanity as a whole. And he saw
Dude, where are we going with this one? This is not... This... Okay. All right, yeah, the spiritual pattern of humanity. Yeah, definitely not anything to do with just immense amounts of spinal pain and hating the people responsible for making it difficult to get treatment.
Pattern in our evolution of our spiritual development, not religious development, but spiritual development. And he saw it as an evolution of caring. Like we all start out caring about ourselves. You say as a baby loving, as long as you give them what they want, otherwise they scream, right? So there's these stages and they develop colors. I learned.
Man, I love how he just compared a man feeling righteous anger at a system that is denying him health care to a baby screaming for food.
This from Nelson Mandela. It was one of the things they used to turn South Africa around so they wouldn't look at somebody and go, they're a white person. No, are they red? Are they blue? Are they at these color combinations? Because there were technical words for them. But I'll just give you an example. Survival is beige. It's like your stimulus.
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Response. That's not most humans, right? The first stage of development is purple. Purple is tribal. Tribal is like you look for protection.
Oh, Sarah Shock, the gallbladder, all that gallbladder stuff happened like 8 years ago. I'm fine now, relatively.
From the tribe, there's many gods and they're very intense, and you got to make sure you honor them. Think of what a tribal environment is. But there are tribal environments in sports where guys wear the same socks or jockstrap when they're on a run to keep it on going.
For
Right?
sure.
They're thinking that there's this thing I've got to do to be able to keep this magic. Right. The next level is we evolve as we exhaust a level. So above purple is now red, where you're like, I don't want to just be in a position where other people tell me.
Genuinely, what is this color coding adding to your argument?
What to do? I'm the god.
Yes, this is Tony Robbins.
The king. I'm going to make it happen. That's the warlord. That's the rock star that tears up the hotel because he can, and people come pay everybody off, right? That's a 2-year-old, the terrible twos, where it's like, no, I'm in charge. This is how it's going to be. We all develop these stages. Past red, why do we leave red? Well, the warrior eventually finds there might be a bigger warrior, a more intense warrior. They're getting older. And how can I have significance in my life, the thing I want? Well, I need to have significance in the ever after. So we go to blue. Blue is right, wrong, good, bad, religious, or the...
This is, okay, this is like if Jungian psychoanalysis was being provided to you by a guy who drank straight mercury every single day.
Army. The rules are very clear. You do this and this and this, you get a gold star. This and this, you go to heaven. You do this, you go to hell. It's very black and white. And people that live in that consciousness make all decisions like this, and you'll begin to recognize these. People evolve out of blue eventually because they're like, I'm tired of someone else telling me how it is. I don't know the Pope is the one who's going to tell me. I want to test it. You move to orange. That's science. That's business. That's where you say, I'm going to test it and figure out what's right. Orange people say, you know what? It's not a hierarchy, someone else telling me. I'm going to test and find what really works. That's science and business. That's most of middle, business America. There's green. Green is somebody that now says, no, the most important thing is not hierarchy. Like orange, you get hierarchy by performance. That would be like your businesses. Green is, no, we're a circle. It's egalitarian. Everything's equal. We make the decision the same.
Socialism.
We're all together.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's socialism at its extreme, but it can just be people that are socially conscious, right? Who care, but they're loving. Each level of consciousness eventually bumps into its limits.
I have my black belt in not giving a single fuck about what this halfwit is babbling about.
I agree, but I also have you considered one additional thing? First of all, thank you for the $10 dono, Paladin. I very much appreciate it. But have you considered where he's sourcing his claims?
Then there's yellow, where yellow is, I can use all these levels depending upon what I need.
Is one above the other? Because I'm looking at it right now, Tony. The green, orange, it says capitalism, right?
Yes.
Achievement.
Or science. That's correct.
Or science, right.
That's
And then 6 is ecology.
That's right.
It's
being equal,
fair, everything
elegant.
equal, civil,
That's
right. And then yellow.
Guys, this is literally the Galaxy Brain meme. This is the Galaxy Brain meme from the internet that has just been made even worse somehow.
Oh, go ahead.
Yellow is where you're an integrator, where you think because if I asked you which one of these is most important, green people say green's most important. Orange people say green people can't get anything done because they try to make a decision with a circle.
No one says this. Dog, what are you on about? This is genuinely more insane than anything I could have possibly imagined. Are the colors even relevant? No! No, they're not. They're not even layered in ways that would align to a color spectrum.
We're most important. Blue people say, we know the rules, you guys are violating God. So when
those goddamn blue people.
You understand these distinctions, and I'm doing very fast right now.
Where's the goal to be, though? Where do you want to be?
Your goal should be able to integrate them all. There's an ultimate level above that, which they call turquoise, which is where you feel everything, every creature, every human. Think of it this way.
You are one with the world spirit. Like in that one scene in Avatar where they fuck a horse.
One thing is for sure, Tony Robbins is working on the brown level.
Oh, One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you for supporting stream.
We evolved from focusing on ourselves to eventually we're ethnocentric. We care about our circle. On the block, you can't just get what you want. Now you got to please the other kids.
We leap into ethnocentrism? We leap into ethno-states? Dude, what are you talking about?
To get along, right? Or other Christians or other Jews.
This is basically Kierkegaard if he had a crippling addiction to crack rock. Soren Kierkegaard.
Text-to-speech did an excellent job reading that out. Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. And too true, bestie. Too true. God, I knew that this was gonna be bad. Because how on earth do you do a 12-minute long segment about why on earth did this man who said he killed a healthcare CEO because of how broken our healthcare system is, why on earth did he kill that healthcare CEO? And like his answer is, well, what if we imagine a bunch of colors and evolution worked this way, huh? What if we did that? What if we shat our pants? I think that would explain a lot. I'm gonna do it right now. And then he just did it right in the middle of Patrick Bet-David's studio. I'm so glad I came back to this fucking weirdness. This is so bizarre.
Or other Muslims or whatever it is. Then we evolved to no, everyone's our customer and we're going to please everybody. Orange. And we evolved to green as we're all equal, right?
How are you associating these colors with anything? I'm so confused. This is like if color theory was even, this is dumb. This isn't even, there's no comparison. This is just literally smoking crack and coming up with like meaningless associations.
We're all the same. Mm-hmm. When someone is at this yellow stage, they go, well, each of these have their place. Sometimes blue is the right thing. If we're in a fire and I'm in a room of 20,000 people.
What if color theory was evil?
Probably going to go red to get people the hell out of the building. If I'm going to go be with...
Is this bait? Are we being trolled? It is absolutely not bait, and we are not being trolled. This is sincerely what far-right conservative influencers think is deep and thought-provoking work.
The friend, I'm going to be green. I'm not going to be orange negotiating. You do this, I'll do that. That's not a friendship. So
this is cult shit. Unironically, this is like... give him a few years, he'll have like 500 people in a compound drinking, Flavor Aid or whatever.
Being able to flex these helps you. And you also understand why people get in conflicts then. Because you got somebody whose whole consciousness is, we're all going to be the same. And someone else is like, without hierarchy, there's no biology. Like what
does that mean, dog? I want you to break that down. I want you to break that down. Without hierarchy, there's no biology. What do you think that means? What do you think those words mean, dog? I want you to break it down and explain to me what your thought process is. Because I know you're wrong. Because those two things aren't related. This does not follow. It's a non sequitur. But I want you to explain to me how you think they're related. If he does a few more lines, he'll think he's a physicist too. True, Brutus Magnuson. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But also, he does think that they're all related. Or he does think he's a physicist. He's associating spectrums of light with different ideologies for some reason. Oh shit, this is that Tony Robbins? It is. It is that Tony Robbins.
more important, the atom or the cell?
How does it get dumber every time I press the play button? How is it possible that every sentence that comes out of this guy's mouth somehow becomes more dumb? This is honestly, this is top tier spirit science, okay? We've found the successor. You know? I'm so baffled by this.
Tony Robbins is what would happen if Ron Perlman's character from Sons of Anarchy snorted all of the cocaine instead of selling it.
He does got one hell of a chin on him. In a better world, he'd be playing the current Hellboy. Instead of doing whatever the fuck this is. Just gonna place this.
I've never seen someone yap more than this.
Tell me you haven't seen my What If Alt Hist vid without telling me you haven't seen my What If Alt Hist vid. I challenge you. By the way, heads up, this week we're gonna be doing part 2. Okay? Sometime this week, you guys get the people's elbow, all right? We're doing part 2 What If Alt Hist. Is there a part 2 of that? Oh, my sweet summer child. There's a part 2 and a part 3. There's 7 more hours of that. We've only gotten through 2.5. It's fucking 10 hours long. My body is ready. Look, you guys, when we do that, you guys got to support me, okay? I know that does not bring in the dollary dues. So when that happens, you guys need to support me because honestly, I'm just doing it out of kind of a sick fascination at this point. But anyway, let's continue.
Which one?
Atom or the cell?
Yeah, which one's more important?
Which one is more important? Atom.
It wasn't a rhetorical question? Do you actually want Patrick Bet-David to answer the question? What does that even mean? What do you mean? More important to what? You can't have a cell without atoms.
More to cell. The cell?
The cell or the organ?
The organ.
Oh my god! Is that a crack pipe? Yes.
The organ or the individual?
I'm assuming at this point the individual.
The individual or the community?
Well, now the community.
The community or the planet?
Well, yes, but I'm trying to see where you're going now.
The truth is, you're using your evaluations of them, but the truth is if you take any chain out of the middle of this, it all doesn't exist.
Guys, did this guy... Okay, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm not trying to be mean. Genuine question. I don't know what Tony Robbins is famous for. Did he suffer a lot of head trauma? Like, was he a former boxer and he just got like his brain turned into a pulp? Or was he like a... Damn, Paladin!
Paying
All
what
right!
I felt this tax in advance. This is some real rot. Rhizome would be proud of this level of neuron destruction.
Wait, which is more important, Paladin? The atom or the neuron? Riddle me this. Thank you for the 25 tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. Wait, he's famous. The only thing he's famous for is being a motivational speaker? How? He's a motivational speaker and in the laws of attraction movement. Wait, did he write like The Secret or something? Okay, I'm gonna Google Tony Robbins. Who is this guy? Okay, he wrote Unlimited Power and Awaken the Giant Within. Okay, so he started working with Oprah at one point, of course. Career. Robbins began promoting seminars for motivational speaker and author Jim Rohn when he was 17 years old. He subsequently learned to firewalk and incorporated it into his seminars. So basically his only thing here was to give motivational talk. That's his entire thing. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, his entire thing is just delivering nonsense with confidence to try and make other people feel confident. That explains so much about why he's genuinely bonkers. He's like, none of this makes any sense. Okay. Maybe he played football in high school. You know, let's early life. Okay. Now, during high school, he grew 10 inches in 1 year, a growth spurt later attributed to a pituitary tumor. You know, maybe had some other effects. Just throwing it out there.
It's all dependent upon each other.
How different is this than Power versus Force? You know the Power versus Force.
His voice is that way because he was built like a brick shithouse back in the day. He looks like he still is. He looks huge.
Is it similar to that, or
it's a little different? It's a little different.
That's a little different.
Yeah.
So,
but here's where this is useful. If I'm talking with you and you keep going, this is right or wrong. I was just doing this seminar the other day, and this person's like, this is right, that's wrong, this is how it is, and all this tension. I can see there.
He looks like if Legal Eagle got like fused with the Chad meme. You know? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you guys see what I? Do you guys see what I mean? Do I got an image here that would make that make sense? Yeah, here we go. This is just Legal Eagle if he also was like 6'8". I can do a phone call someday about this entire movement because it directly leads to spirit science and what if alt hist. I would that'd be fascinating, Amber Brains. We'll figure out a time. Oh, Mooncat does great work. I'll have to check that out too, Spectral Wolves.
And blue. If they've ever been to a higher level, maybe I can get them there. But I'm not going to get them there by saying, kumbaya, let's all be.
Oh my God, what the fuck is this? Guys, if you know someone who's like falling for this, y'all need to do everything you can to keep them out of this. All right.
Green, they're not going to respond to it. They know what's right and what's wrong. When you know where people are, That's when you're able to start.
This genuinely feels like it's half a step away from being, oh God, what's it called in Scientology where they like read your Thetan levels? That's what this feels like.
Listen, what makes you a leader? The ability to influence the thoughts, the feelings, the emotions, the actions of another person, ideally with integrity if you're going to be a positive leader, right? You can only do that if you understand to influence somebody, you got to know what already.
The self-help movement is a pipeline into woo and conservative classist victim blaming and goo stuff. I am playing you extra to get someone on warning about this stuff.
Yeah, no, like, I gotta be honest with you, guys. I've heard for a while, like, about some of this stuff, like The Secret, and just like, it is a bit disturbing to me how widespread it is. Like this idea that if you just, you know, visualize something and want it enough, the universe will give it to you. Like these kinds of ideas, I think open up like a kind of a dangerous world because that it mixes with a lot of like pseudoscience ideas into kind of like this idea that like the universe is made of like quintessence and like you can influence it by, you know, projecting your emotions out into the void. Like stuff like that. Like, no. There is something to be said about the power of like thinking positively and like keeping an optimistic attitude and like saying yes to different opportunities. But that's not new age hippy dippy nonsense. That's not like the crystals have opened my chakra auras. You know, it's not beware the clown chakra. It's none of that stuff. It is just having a positive attitude can actually physiologically impact your body. Or like in a similar way, if you're feeling stressed and anxious, people people may tell you to go like take a walk or go for a run or something, because it will like cleanse your inner eye or something like that. But like, it's not cleansing anything. All it's doing is activating a different part of your brain that enables the rest of your brain to deal with the stress. Like that's a physiological response. Yeah, decalcify the pineal gland. Oh god. Also, One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $20 dono. I certainly appreciate it.
Influences them. And so I'm studying all the things that influence them, what they value, what they need, what their fears are, what their strengths are, so that I can help them continue to grow in what they want for their life, not what I think they should have for their life.
You know, it's so interesting you're saying this, because to me, going back to Luigi Mangione, right? If you go back to that chart of power versus force, to me, this was life-changing the first time I read this, because...
Oh my God. I knew Patrick Bet-David was a moron. I didn't know how big of a moron he was until this moment.
When I looked at this, I thought about people in my life, right? Shame at the lowest level, guilt, apathy, grief. You're like, oh my God, these are all bad qualities for you. And you're living in the face of force and fear, desire, anger. By the way, you probably, I think you recommended this, or Oprah talked about this on her show, but I don't know who it was. But anyways, I got my hands on this.
It's a great book. But what I want to tell you with him, for example, is to think about this.
How do you prevent the future, the next one?
But here's what I want you to understand. He grew up in an orange environment.
Can you go back to that?
Orange is, father was achievement, grandfather sent to millionaire, sent to, he didn't have to earn it.
Achievement, yeah.
He didn't have to do any of it. He never went through the stages of blue and orange. He got to go straight to green, which is everything's equal. This is unfair.
That's right.
And by the way, green, when it's not, imagine this, you can go to purple and feel everything,
right?
But you won't stay there unless you have a foundation. It's a momentary state.
I got it.
So here's where he is. He never built the orange. He took it for granted. So he goes to green. And by the way, he never really got over his red.
But there's a lot of those guys right now, Tony.
Well, think of it this way. If you thought about Vietnam, there were a lot of people that were saying, I'm not going to...
I love how they're basically talking about Luigi Mangione as if he did like some kind of video game level skip and went from like level 2 to level 6 without going through level, the red level first. You didn't go through the desert level. You got the magic flute and you got the warp whistle. Like what are you talking about?
Overseas, but the ones that shot people, burned down buildings, they were red pretending they were green.
Dog, his expression right now is just desperate for Paul. I was about to say Paul Joseph Watson, Patrick Bet-David to take him seriously.
Because green is socially acceptable. This kid, there are a lot of people in green that are celebrating this kid killing people.
Right.
They're red. Their psychology is red. They're pretending they're egalitarian, but they really are. I want what I want the way I want it.
Wow, so true, King. So true. That makes zero sense. That does not explain anything about anything. Honestly, I'm actually kind of impressed that Tony Robbins can spin this much bullshit in a way that awes Patrick Bet-David. That is, it is certainly a talent. It conveys nothing of value to the world, but it is a talent, kind of like I don't know, being able to make a clover shape with your tongue, I guess.
Wow.
But it's socially acceptable. It's the same way that people do virtue signaling.
And red is the warlord? Is that what it is? The gang culture?
Or a 2-year-old, same thing.
That's
Or a rock star, right? Somebody that's like, it's my way or the highway. I get what I want, whether it serves you or not. So those red people say, oh,
it is 2025 now. I should probably inform you that you shouldn't be talking about red people or yellow people or black people the way that you're just kind of casually throwing it around. It's not couth.
The company turned down, the company may have done some terrible things. I don't know the absolute numbers. I don't know all the details. I don't think anybody really does. But then you address that in a different way.
Sure, the company may have been evil to a degree no one ever would believe possible, but, you've got to address that in a different way, man. Anyway, we need to pump $10 trillion more into the Pentagon to murder people overseas.
Hey, that's what a court system's for. That's what legislation's for. That's what options.
Yeah, all things very famously that have held the healthcare system accountable and made it function better. Mm-hmm.
Or for of those natures. But this person actually just cold-blooded murder guy who has children and kids, and he's being celebrated by people. And by the way, the guy that actually was trying to save people's lives on the subway was treated like he was a criminal.
Because he murdered a guy. Like, isn't this really interesting, right? Like, this guy's like, well, this guy was trying to save lives on the subway by killing a guy. So, people were really mean to him, though. But Luigi Mangione, he killed a guy, and that was just cold-blooded murder. And he's a disgusting, deplorable individual for doing that. I mean, that guy had family. That guy had kids. And that guy was also in charge of a system that was that kills tens of thousands of Americans every year. So, like, that actively happens. If we're going to compare the potential harms here, might be good to start out with that one.
That's how crazy our society's become. But I think it's balancing out. It sure feels like it.
Nowadays.
Also, the guy on the subway, Jordan Neely wasn't threatening to kill anybody. Or at least hadn't taken any action to kill anybody. And wasn't about to after he had been held to the ground for a minute and a half, 2 minutes. He was held down for so many more minutes than that.
Is more than ever. The brand you wear reflects.
Oh, okay, oh, thank God we're done. Thank fuck. Holy moly. That went places I never would have expected, and honestly, I have no words. Patrick Bet-David and his crew are honestly, I gave them too much credit. I didn't think they were smart before, but like, I didn't think they were this dumb. I didn't think they were this like big of saps, you know? That was genuinely insane, and Patrick Bet-David nodded along and offered to give him a hand job under the table. That was bizarre. Honestly, it makes a lot more sense, One-Eyed Heathen, when you take into account that a lot of this guy's primary audience is probably MAGA and QAnon. You know, that makes it make a lot more sense, because QAnon folks are just completely, you know, they're completely gone. They're the kinds of people who think like the lizard people are taking over. I still vividly remember like a news story from like 2020 where like a QAnoner like took his kids and wife to like Mexico and then like killed all of them because he thought like the lizard people were taking over now that Donald Trump had lost. It was genuinely, that's how far QAnon folks are gone. Like they do like murder suicides. And it doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, One-Eyed Heathen, your mom is one of the people who thinks that shape-shifting reptilians run the world. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, prime audience for this stuff. I'm sorry for your loss. Oh, I'm not explaining it to you. I'm explaining it to everyone else. I'm sure you have a very deep knowledge of this, unfortunately. But I thought they were populist. Yeah, according to Jenk, you know, maybe Jenk Euger needs to get on Valuetainment and learn about Tony Robbins' color, the color theory of evil, or whatever he calls that. That was insane. I don't even have a way to wrap up this segment. It's just that was very crazy. The color theory of value. I like it, Foxbat. I like it a lot. We did it, folks. We made it through the last segment of the stream. Now, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, we've been going for about 4.5 hours. Please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. And guys, we are actually, let me check something here. We are 281 subscribers away from 10,000 on YouTube. We're getting so close, guys. We're getting so close. I'm real excited to cross that arbitrary number. I think when we hit 10K, I'm going to do like some kind of special stream. I don't know what kind of content I should do for that. I was thinking maybe like a Q&A. Like I'll take like questions from you guys for a bit and then do something else. Not sure. Maybe I'll play like a game or something. I don't know. Do a D&D lore stream? That could be fun. I don't know, if you guys have ideas, I'd be happy to entertain them. Also, this outfit is so good. I don't know if you guys can see it properly, but like, here, maybe I can up the brightness. Awooga. It's so good. It's so good. I'm gonna wear this out to a club soon. All right. Leaving no crumb, eating it all up. Gorgeous, thank you. Nipple buckles, nipple buckles. But I am wearing a safety bralette underneath so I can adhere to terms of service. Because I've done some testing. The nipple buckle is not reliable at shielding the nips. How you be looking so good all the time, yo? I brush my hair before stream, and then I get real nervous right before stream, decide I don't look cute enough, and hurriedly just dash through a bunch of different outfits all at once, leaving nothing but destruction and sadness in my wake. It's so messy in my apartment, guys. I'm gonna finally have some time to clean a bit tomorrow. I'm very much looking forward to that. Now, folks, if you've enjoyed the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, share the segments that I'm putting out with all your friends, your family, your neighbors, etc. I put out the my official reaction to What's a Girl to Do earlier today. And I've introduced the show to many more people this day. It's quite fun to see a lot of people reacting to whatever the hell that is. And yeah, at some point this week, I will be going over part 2 of What If Alt Hist. And tomorrow, you all need to show up because I will be talking with GamerG about DSA. So we got LadyRainCloud conversation talking about getting involved with your local Dems, and we're gonna have a GamerG conversation about getting involved with your DSA, and it's gonna be a great conversation. Y'all join tomorrow, and also that yeah, What If Alt Hist, and we'll obviously be talking about other topics too. Let's see. You don't want to jump from Tony Colors to ayahuasca? I mean, I've done like a 4.5-hour show, and I'm really fucking exhausted. If I had more energy, maybe I would, but I don't got that today. I'm sorry. I get jackbugs. Good night, everybody.
This is a
No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more
fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrongs. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire